Let me try to get this all set up here. Oh, man, my hair's all messed up. Good morning. Go into live chat. Let's see. Wow. Okay. T-minus 2 minutes. Looks like I'm early. Good morning, Dawn Lee. Showtime, and then I'm late. She said, Dawn Lee says, hi, LG. Oh, there's LG. Okay. Pranked Marshall this morning. Told him I found 2 puppies that I wanted to adopt. He fell for it. Don Lee said, I thought you might be out shoveling snow. Nah. I was actually trying to get the insulation thing down off this window to get some more light in here. And it looks like I need to clean the lens off on the camera. Oh, what a morning. What a morning. Is that better? Not so foggy now. LG said, where is everyone? Well, we got 14 people in here and 6 thumbs up. What's up, Deborah Felix? We don't have a whole lot of people chatting. I got up late this morning because I woke up in the middle of the night, and then, as you guys could see on the thumbnail, I did a little bit of nighttime photography. Deborah says, hello, David. How are you? I'm still kicking. So yeah, the news that I got yesterday was pretty interesting. It definitely changes my mindset on a lot of things. Good morning, Miss Mary. Say good morning, all. But yeah, I have to get a job. I don't want to get a full-time job. I want to get a job that will pay enough that I can pay like the electric bill and the house payment. But I'm going to be getting rid of the electric whenever my wife moves out. So for right now, hopefully she'll pay the electric bill. I don't know about all that, but I don't know if I can. This camera here lately has been just kind of, can you guys see it doing that like focusing thing? Like when I move in or out, it's just going crazy on my end. Oh, that was awesome news. Yeah. See, I mean, the biggest problem before was just not knowing, worrying about it. That's why I virtually gave up. I said, you know what? I'm not going to make any more payments on it until I find out one way or the other. And I've spent several months now just worrying whether or not I'm going to be able to keep it or not. And the last person I talked to over there said, don't make any more payments. You know, just focus on other, you know, bills or whatever. Don Lee says, looks smooth on my end. It's still messing up on my end. I don't know what its deal is. I don't know if it's the lighting or what. See, it's just, I don't know. I'm debating on whether or not to well, not that one right there. This right here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm changing subject here. All right, this window right here is actually like pretty much right where the compost toilet is going to be, and this is all going to be closed in with a wall. And this, I would probably actually be sitting right here in this spot, and this window would be right in front of me. So this little spot right here is probably going to be like a little closet for towels and clothes and stuff like that. Let's see. All right, so that right there, I'm debating on whether or not to take that insulation out and leave the window open because it's directly across from the wall. Man, everything's backwards in this camera. So it's directly across from the wall there. And I was thinking about building a storage, some storage right here for clothes and stuff like that. But what happens if you do that, it's going to narrow the walkway in between there and that wall. So that's one thing I've been procrastinating about. And the other thing is the bed is going to stick out a little bit past that wall right there. So, I don't know. Good morning, Danny. Going. And let's see, Lobo Reyes is in here. What's up, man? Fallen Arkansas Veterans is in here. Good morning. What would you guys like to talk about this morning? Because I ain't got much to talk about. I guess I do, but there's a lot of stuff I don't want to talk about. I'll go ahead and address it. Hopefully, I mean, I doubt this person watches any of my lives, but somebody keeps asking me. There was a question come up in one of my videos. Someone said, well, where's your kids going to sleep? Aren't your kids and your family going with you in the bus? No, they're not. And now that I'm going to get to keep the house, I have no idea when my wife is going to move out, but you know, she's looking for a place of her own. Basically, we're split up. She still lives here. My kids still live here. I'm not just booting them out. I told her that she does need to find a home for the dogs. If she plans on staying here longer or whatever, we can't have them. They just tear the house up. I mean, in the summertime, it's not so bad because we can let them outside all day long. In the wintertime, you can't, and I have to be in there literally all day long mopping the floors up after them, and I'm not doing that. I did not want any pets. Uh, she has brought pets like here. At one point, we had 25 cats, and I had to make her take those and start giving them away. Uh, that is way too many animals, and is like when someone brings home animals and they don't take care of them, that's a problem. When you put that burden on somebody else, and I'm not like an animal hater, nothing like that. I know it kind of sounds bad, but I don't want that responsibility. I got so much other stuff to do, you know, and I spent the last 19 years of my life working all the time and practically never being home. And my wife always being here and her not taking care of the house, you know, cleaning up after the animals, which has destroyed the floors in the house. That's why I'm so happy that I get to keep the house, because I get to fix it up now and sell it for more money. That is the plan, is to, I will still end up living in the bus. But now I have more time. I just got to get a job so I can continue making the house payments and, you know, put money into the house, get it fixed up so I can sell it. And yeah, sounds like an animal hoarder. Yeah, we're lucky that right now we only have two cats and two dogs. One of the dogs has, I think it's cancer. Um, there's nothing we can do about it. Uh, and the dog just, it pees all the time. It drinks a lot of water, pees all the time. It's losing weight and stuff. And I don't know that she's going to live much longer. That's kind of sad. Unfortunately, stuff like that happens. I mean, and what can you do about it? You could go spend $1 million at the vet and, you know, most likely end up losing the animal anyway. So, I mean, we can't be paying for surgery and stuff like that. When the dog was younger, I already spent out $2,500 on a vet bill where we took her in and they actually had to give the dog an IV and keep it under observation. And I don't even remember what they said it was wrong with her, but there was something wrong with her when she was a pup, and that cost me $2,500. So I mean, I did put a lot of money into the dog, and now there's something else wrong with it. And yeah, we can't be spending money on stuff like that, especially when you don't have any. Uh, I don't know. It's crazy. a person wishes they could do something for something like that, but it just it's not feasible. But yeah, people keep asking me all the time, where's the kids' bedroom going to be in the bus? Well, they're not going with me. Now, if they do end up wanting to come over to spend the night or anything, or if they ever want to spend the night in the bus, which I highly doubt they'll ever want to do that, I will have a pull-out couch slash bed up in the front part of the bus. Um, so let's see. Ilk, morning, David. Just got my first cup of the second pot. This is my first cup, first pot. Not even a pot. I guess this is the pot. I had a dog with cancer, and she had one surgery. It was 3,500, and the second tumor she had was not in a good spot for surgery. Yeah, they basically took her in, and the vet said, well, the tests and stuff that they run, they said that they're pretty sure she has cancer, and it would, just to find out where it is and all this and that and the other was going to be a bunch more money. And we're like, we can't afford that. We've had her for a good while. The sucky thing is like she pees all over the house, and I have to go in there just nonstop mopping the floor, changing mop water. It's a terrible thing. Hope I ain't missing anybody's comments. I'm having to scroll this thing. It's not working for me. I think I read all those. And everybody can remember everybody's name. Like Don Lee remembers that Ilkanirim's name is Jason. And I think I called him something else, like Jake or something. I think I called you Jake one time. My old dog is incontinent. We have her in diapers, but it's kind of expensive. Well, when you have virtually zero income per month, I mean, my wife has her income, but that's her income. She doesn't, she's not going to spend it on stuff like that. And just to get like bleach or stuff to mop the floor, Pine Sol or whatever, that's kind of expensive, on my part. And this month, I actually didn't even have the money to put minutes on my phone, but I hadn't got a notification. So yesterday, I actually, you on my phone, you send a message to 611 and you just type in service end date, and it tells you when your end date is and all that stuff. And it was telling me that my phone service is actually paid up till 5/1 of 2022, and I'm like, And what that was actually I had bought last month. I bought a phone card at Walmart for my phone, and I put it on my phone, and at the same time, the auto auto refill had refilled my service, and so that's what happened with that, and that's where that other $50 went out of my account last month, and I was just like, what happened? And I just now realized that's what that was. It's all good, David. What's up, Jake Ilkener? We're gonna change your name to Jake now. I get you and Nunya, Texas on the back 20 confused, I guess. Let's see. Yes, Donley, I should be moving in the middle of next week, but not what I wanted, but will do for now. Yeah, I don't even know, like, Fallen Arkansas Veterans, I heard a little bit about what you have going on, but I don't really know what's going on. Like, were you renting or buying? I know one thing. The first time I lost my house back in, it was around 08, something like that. And they told me to get out, and I just got out. And I should have fought it. I was told later on by a lawyer that I should have got a lawyer, and I should have filed bankruptcy on it anyway. even though everybody was telling me that I could not file bankruptcy on it. Then I was, later on told that I could have. I don't know what the outcome would have been, but instead of paying, $79,900 on a house that I no longer can live in, I paid the full price for that house. Why can't I live in it? Why is it not mine? Just because they decided to foreclose on it, and I had signed a paper when I bought the house saying that, even if I defaulted, that I would still pay for it. Well, that I don't recall ever signing a paper that said that, but apparently I did because my signature was on it. Oh, they are tearing down my house or selling it and making me move out, and he's renting. Dang. Yeah, I do not ever, that's why one reason I started building this bus was because I was like, I don't ever want to rent again. I mean, if I rent an RV spot or something, those are pretty reasonable. I've seen some in this area. And granted, this is years ago that I checked into it. It was about $150 a month for the lot rent, and electric and water was included. And I was like, man, that's actually not a bad deal. Uh, if you can find a place that will allow you to have, all this other stuff that I've got. I've got my shipping container that I will be basically putting my wood shop in and stuff like that. But I think what I'm going to end up doing is a lot like what Simple Life Reclaim and Country Road Cure did. I'm going to try and fix this house up and put it on the market and sell it, and then use that money to actually go buy a piece of land that's just raw land and be 100% paid for. That is my ultimate goal, is to become debt free, and just, once my wife and kids move out of the house, I'm probably, I don't know, I may not get the electric shut off here because I still kind of need it for the well and everything. But my electric bill will go way, way down because I won't be having to run air conditioning or heat or anything in there. And I'll be living in the bus while fixing the house up. So, and that's another reason I don't want to get a full-time job. I don't want to be working like 40 hours a week. Um, I mean, if I do have to work 40 hours a week, I guess I'll do that. I have no idea how the heck I'm going to put YouTube videos out. I see other people like Tim from Ridge Life. He puts out an insane amount of videos for working a full-time job. I'm just like, how the heck does he do it? And then you got Dave over at Come On Homestead. He works a full-time job, plus he does research when he's at home and stuff like that, and he puts videos out. I'm just like, I don't see how you guys can do it. If I'm trying to do like these cinematic videos and stuff that takes quite a bit of editing and stuff, I don't see how I can do it, because a lot of times just for me to edit one video is pretty much an entire day. Sometimes it's more. Sometimes it's, I don't know if it's like writer block or creator block. I don't know, where you have all this footage in front of you, and you sort of have an idea in your head of what you want to do, and then you start putting that down and like editing it, and it just doesn't work out, and you just kind of get stuck, and then you end up procrastinating all day, and you get nothing done, and it ends up, next thing you know, it's a week or two later, and you're still working on the same video, and you end up starting over. I'm missing a bunch in the chat. They probably glossed over the fact when you were signing. Yeah, I imagine they did. There were, when I was at the place signing the papers, they were like, "Oh, this means this means this, and whatever," and or basically just saying this is what this means that you're signing, and yeah, there was a lot of that. And after about 2 hours of signing your freaking life away, you are pretty much at the point where you're just signing to get it freaking done. Yeah. And they do that all the time. But I cannot wait till I get this place fixed up. I mean, it'll give me content, to put out there. Jason's like, Tim is a monster with his videos. Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Maybe he has a lot of free time at work and he's editing at work. I don't know. Well, I guess he doesn't do, he doesn't heavily edit his videos. So, I mean, that's another thing. I mean, maybe I could just get into where I'm not editing so much. I mean, that's kind of what my other channel is about. That Ozark Living Off Grid, or Ozark Life Off Grid. I want to try and keep that channel way less edited. Maybe throw some intro in or something every now and then. Just to make an intro can take a day. Sometimes. I mean, you spend half a day, the whole morning basically. It's usually when I do my intro shots because of the angle of the sun and everything, or dew on the grass, stuff like that. Sometimes in the afternoon, I'll try to do some cinematic shots and stuff. And then, once you gather all these shots together, it might be a week later before you end up using it. And you got to edit that, find some music to go with it or whatever. It's sometimes there's people like Anthony at Country Road Cure. I'm sure he has times where it takes him a long time, but for the most part, I see him spend a few hours on editing. I mean, some people, when they shoot the video, they kind of have an idea of what they want when they're gonna, what the final product's gonna be, and I don't have that. Usually, 99% of the time, when I'm shooting video or whatever, I have no idea what it's going to turn out to be like whenever I'm done. Machine. Oh. Tim is a machine. He's a machine. Try storyboard before you start filming. I don't even know what the heck that is. Let's see. Never Too Late says, you all are welcome to come and visit the off-grid anytime you want for as long as you want. Who's you all? Are you talking to me or everybody? It's going to be like Woodstock out there at Miss Mary's. She just invited everybody, I think. Hit the thumbs up, everybody. Thanks, Tony. Well, I'm starting to get a little better at remembering people's names. LG said, I'm at work and we are pretty busy right now, but I'll leave the live going. Thank you. I thought Tim was retired because of all the videos he does. No, he works a full-time job at a steel mill. I think I want to say he's an electrical engineer or something like that. Or he's a team lead, or I think he's a team lead of the electrical maintenance or something like that. It's a pretty good job to have. And that's another thing. I sit here yesterday, I got nothing done on the bus. Absolutely nothing. I just sit here and I thought about stuff, and I went in and I fixed lunch, which was just a sandwich. I came back out here, cleaned up around the bus a little bit, and the whole time I'm sitting there thinking, I got to get a job. Where do I want to work? I can do almost any job out there. And I'm just like, okay, what are some places near me? Like, where would I want to work? When you start asking yourself that question, it's like, I've worked a lot of different jobs, a lot of different places around here. Where do I want to work? That's the real question. I don't want to just go get a job just to get a job. I mean, I can go get a job driving a semi truck, but I don't want to. I honestly don't think I want to have anything to do with the trucking industry anymore. The only way I could probably do that is if I went to work for a company and become a broker, because I just know too much about it to become, to be a driver and like know my potential. I could actually, I've owned my own company before. Why would I want to go back into driving a truck? Um, I think I'd rather become a broker. I mean, that's actually where the money's at. Um, and just going out and getting the work for the company. But I don't know how much I could get, how much I could be paid for that job. Uh, I have a company in mind that I would probably go work for if they would hire me to do that job. But they've got people doing that job, so I don't know if they would bring me on doing something like that, and it would end up being entry level. So I don't know. It's just I don't really feel like that's what I want to do. I mean, I could go do welding. There's a place down in Anderson. I worked for them, and the only reason I quit was because the tornado hit in Joplin, and my old boss needed a heavy haul driver, and he offered me $30 an hour, and I was like, I can't turn down $30 an hour. And by the time I ended up getting laid off or fired from that place, I was making 35 an hour. So it was decent money. And I ended up quitting a really pud job because they can't find welders around here that can TIG weld. And my job was to make four, I don't know what you call them, flange fittings, where you basically have a round piece of stainless, has a hole through it, and then you put a pipe coupler inside that hole, and you got bolt holes in the flange, and you TIG weld that stainless fitting in there. I made four of those every night. That's all I had to do was make four of them. And you just take a TIG welder and sit here and do this right here for about an hour. And then you stand around holding a broom for the rest of the night. It was so freaking boring, but it made decent money. It didn't make no $30 an hour, and it was pretty close here. Granted, at the time when I worked at this place down here, I lived in Joplin, or right next to Joplin. The tornado barely missed my house. So the rent at the house I was renting in Joplin went from, I want to say we was paying like $450 a month in a trailer park for a crappy mobile home, and the rent I think he said was $1,200 a month. After the tornado hit, he jumped the price up, and I said, nope, I'm out. And that's when I moved down here to Goodman, and we lived in a trailer park down here for a couple of years. And uh, so living out here, we ended up finding this house and bought this place. Miss Mary said, "You, David." Then don't say you all, Miss Mary. You sounded like you're inviting everybody. Don Lee said, "I'll be right over. Never too late." Il Canarum said, "Be right back. I'm going to go check some epoxy." Oh, I hope you got it nice and warm. That epoxy, it needs to be like 80 degrees for it to set up quicker. I don't do epoxy pours when we have cold weather. I don't know how cold it is over there where you're at, but last night we were 30 some odd. Well, it was freezing because I had to break the ice in the chicken's water bowl this morning. Homestead Family Reclaim. Hello, what's up, guys? I know, like some of you guys, like Homestead Family Reclaim. I don't think I've checked out your channel, not as of yet. So I need to probably do that. I have very limited time. I got a lot of stuff to do. So, and Don Lee, I still haven't even downloaded the files, the new files you sent me for the patch. I got to do that at some point. Maybe tonight at midnight or something. I don't know. I woke up. I think it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I woke up and it was hot in this bus because, well, it was cold when I went to bed, and I started up the diesel heater because the radiator heater and this little space heater that I have going was not keeping up last night. So I turned the diesel heater on and I turned off this space heater. Um, and I went to bed. I woke up about 2. I think when I went to bed, it was about midnight or so. I woke up about 2 o'clock and I was just sweating. So I had to turn that heater down and opened up the emergency hatch here above my bed. And I looked up and I just seen this beautiful clear sky, and I said, I've got to do some nighttime photography. Mm. That's the coolest thing about the bus, I think, is when you open up that hatch at night and it's just a clear sky and you can see the stars and everything. You don't see like the trees or nothing. And you look out, you almost feel like you're in a spaceship out in outer space. That's kind of what it feels like. And that's why I put that on the thumbnail of this video to kind of, share that with y'all. I'll probably post some of those pictures on Instagram so you guys can check that out. But it's really cool, especially in the picture where it makes it feel like you just open the hatch on a spaceship and you're looking outside. It's pretty cool. Apartment I am moving is not the best either. Old apartments and have the old motel heater and air in it. Ooh, dang. What's up, Danny going? I don't even understand all those emojis, but there's American flags and waving and looks like solo cups, coffee. Hey, Adam. Good morning, Likeable Homestead. Dawn Lee said, I woke up at 2 a.m. to my dog decided I wasn't going back to sleep. Isn't that like the first sign of getting old? Is like you're just up in the middle of the night and it's like not a big deal. And that's kind of when your day starts. My problem is I fell back to sleep probably about 3 or 4 in the morning. And then I didn't wake up till about 8. So I got up at 8, went in, made me an egg sandwich, came out, fed the chickens, broke their water, looked to see if I had any eggs. They didn't lay any eggs. I actually got 2 eggs yesterday, and one of them is a little different. It has a little bit of white speckle on it. I don't know if that's because I've been feeding them some of their eggshells, or if that's from the new hen. I don't know. Getting ready to change out the AC compressor on the truck. Had to come say hi and see what's going on first. Not much going on here. Good luck on changing the AC compressor. I've got 2 on the bus that I need to take off. I'm kind of thinking about just taking one of them off. There's one right on top of the other. It's kind of a Mickey Mouse setup. They had 2 separate air conditioner systems in this bus. I took them both out, and I may one day put one back in to where I could have that. I don't know. Those things, the condenser or evaporator unit, whatever, the part that goes inside the bus is so stinking big. I don't foresee myself putting that back in the bus because it takes up a ton of space. But what I might do is I might look and see if there's a way to get the inside part, the condenser or whatever. Actually, I think it's the evaporator. I don't freaking know. Anyways, the part that goes inside, the heat exchanger that goes inside the vehicle, I want to see if I can get one that will go up like in the dash area or something, and then maybe hook up one of those compressors, get a belt back on it and everything. So I don't want to tear everything off of there. I want to at least have one so it's possible to have air conditioning inside the bus while I'm driving. I mean, I drove a semi-truck for many years that didn't have AC in it, which really sucks when you're trying to sleep, down in South Texas in the summertime during the day. That really sucks. But, if you're going down the road, it's not a huge deal. But I think what I'm probably going to end up doing is either get a mini split, put in the back end of the bus, and use a generator to power that, because I don't think there's really any way I can run an air conditioner off of the solar, especially the amount of solar I have right now. There's just no way. Uh, I don't think it would power it at all. So it would have to be something I could just run every now and then off of a generator or something, just in the back bedroom. I thought you started getting old when you woke up in the middle of the night to pee. I don't know. I've done that my whole life pretty much, I think. Don Lisa, that too, Jason. Canarium said, Adam, I wish your knuckles luck. The accumulator. Well, I don't think it's accumulator. One is the condenser and one's the evaporator. There's Ridge Life. Good morning, Tim. I ain't got to go watch your video yet. I seen it. I seen a notification for it. I ain't got to go check it out though. We were just talking about you, Tim, on how you're able to work a full-time job and still kick those videos out. That's what I'm going to be facing here pretty soon. I'm just like, I don't know how I'm going to do it. There's no way I'll be able to put a video out every day, not with any kind of editing or anything. So I'm going to be looking for a job around here, hopefully something close. Yeah, the bad thing is the highest paying job I know of is pretty close, and it's working on a farm, but it's for a guy that I don't want to work for. And that's the bad thing. I've worked for that guy for many years, and I'm not going back to work for him. It sucks because it's good money, but I end up having to do all kinds of crazy work, running a trucking company for him and building corrals, pipe fence, and working cattle. It's not my cup of tea, really. Not the working cattle part. I don't have a lot of experience with. I guess I got experience now, but I don't like getting in there because the cows he gets are always mean. They try to run you over. School bus drivers are in high demand, good part-time job. What does it pay though? I didn't think it paid enough to even bother doing it. I don't have my chauffeur's license. I'd have to go get that. I'm pretty sure you got to have a chauffeur's license to be a bus driver. Pretty sure. Adam said, awesome deal about the house. Yeah, the coolest thing is it gives me time to get it fixed up and sell it. I mean, what was really stressing me out was if I was to be foreclosed on and lose the house, they would still come after me for that money on the house. Plus, on top of that, anything they pay or say that they pay for getting the lawn mowed, the upkeep, winterizing the well and everything, that's what they did with the last house that I lost. They pumped like antifreeze, like the RV antifreeze, literally down the well and through all of the lines in the house and everything. And I said, why on earth would you pump antifreeze down the well? I mean, we lost power at that house for 14 days straight and nothing froze up. And it was during an ice storm. Let's see, what license do you need to drive a bus larger than 13 seats? I don't know. I'm thinking it's just a chauffeur's license. I think that's all they call it in Missouri. I think, well, federally, I'm pretty sure you have to have a chauffeur's license to haul or to drive anything that has, is hauling people around for like a business, like a taxi or anything like that. I don't really know the specifics on it, but I'm pretty sure a Class A CDL with the X endorsement, which what I have is a Class A CDL, which is basically I can drive anything except for doubles. I have the X endorsement, which is hazmat, and my tanker. Um, and I've got, what is it, 21 years basically going, well, I haven't been driving for the last 2 years, so 20 years of, CDL driving experience with only one incident that wasn't my fault. It was just I got hit. Um, yeah, I don't really know um, the specifics on it, but the thing is, I haven't. I do know a guy that is our bus driver for my kids here, and I see him down at the cafe every now and then. I probably need to, talk to him a little bit and see, what that pays. But we got summer coming right around the corner. That's not going to be too helpful. Uh, well, I hope that lighting ain't messing with y'all because it's messing with me on my end. It's like bright and dark, bright and dark. Unless I get right here and block that window, uh, or if I move it, it's doing crazy stuff. Daggum, 40 people in here and 34 thumbs up. It's doing all right. Hmm. Oh, we just lost one. We're down to 39. Shoot dang. Yeah, I lost some subscribers over the last couple of days, and I'm like, why? Is it because my video I put out yesterday because I was a little teary-eyed? I don't know. I think some people, whenever you show emotion or something, uh, some people maybe see that as weakness or something. But I don't know. And I had one comment. I don't think it was bad or anything, but one person, I I'm guessing they didn't watch the whole video yet when they made their comment, and then they retracted their comment. But the thing is, when you send a comment, I don't care if you delete it or whatever, I still will see it. They don't remove that comment. I will end up seeing it no matter what. Um, so, anyways, they're like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "What do you mean, am I okay?" I didn't know how to take that comment, but yeah, I was kind of thinking about going back down to that welding place down here and seeing about getting a job there. I don't even know how much I need to make an hour anymore. But the problem with that is working at nights. I don't really want to work at nights. Emotions are good. No, they're not. I hate showing emotion, but it was that video was just raw. I just was like, I need to capture this moment right now, uh, and just put it out there. That was my thinking. Was just make tell everyone what just happened or whatever. Put it out there, and it is what it is, right? That's kind of what I'm wanting to do with my other channel is just put videos like that out there, kind of showing whenever I get something new done to the bus or whatever I'm maybe doing that day, and just put it out there. Just kind of like, and I am taking it from Coffee with the Crockers or Crockers Off the Clock. Uh, that's where I got the idea from. So, yes, I stole it from them. It's a great idea, right? People like that. That's like a lot of you guys who watch this channel who are actually interested in things I do or whatever, not just building or whatever like that. You guys watch that kind of stuff. So um, you guys are the real OGs. The chat has slowed down. Sandy Wilkerson. Yes, they are. What I miss? Fallen Arkansas veteran said, Roberta, did I tell you I found a place at Roberta's Artistic Adventures? Well, you did now. Roberta said, you did? Praise the Lord. I'm so ecstatic for you, Charles. So that, I don't know, that is super awesome news. The bad thing is now I got to fix up a house. So I got to make money to do that, so I can get it in a condition where I could actually sell it or take pictures to sell it. There's going to be, I've got to tear out all of the flooring pretty much in the entire house. I've got to remediate black mold under the living room like the not the living room, but the dining room area. There's like some black mold underneath there. I may just pay someone to come out and do that. I really hope I don't have to tear the whole subfloor out and all the joists and everything. I mean, they look like they're good. There's just the seal plate around the back sliding glass door that's rotted out. I've got to get that replaced. I have a cousin-in-law who does work like that. Um, he's not really a handyman. He's a subcontractor for a guy who owns a lot of rental places, and he just goes around remodeling and fixing up houses for the guy. So I may end up hiring him to help out with that, and I'll just go work and maybe record him working or something, because like some of the stuff I have no business working on. I mean, I'm not a house builder. All right, I could build a shack, right? Like pretty much anybody else could do. I don't know all the building codes and stuff like that. When I was in construction, I worked with steel. I was a welder, fabricator. We built, steel buildings. I did a lot of like staircases and elevator shafts and stuff like that. Like the new hospital up in Joplin, I done the welding and stuff, building the elevator shafts and stuff in that building. Um, just stuff like that. That's what I did. Work with steel. I didn't, work with wood or anything like that. The other thing is like everything we did, we had blueprints for that was, you know, it told you what kind of weld, how big a weld, what rod you used or whatever. It called for, you know, code and stuff. Um, that's probably one of the hardest things I ever done was just welding to code and someone coming in and inspecting it. Um, I went out and I welded on a water tower out in Tonkawa, Oklahoma, which the water tower was actually built in 78, which was when I was born, was 78, right? The water tower had never had a drop of water in it. And I went out there, I sandblasted it on the outside, painted the outside. I made my own rigging, little hoist system for the inside. I went inside, sandblasted the inside of it, painted the inside of it. Then I came back out a few months later and I put the fill tube on the inside. A lot of people might think that when you fill up a water tower, you just pipe it in into the bottom, but there's too much head pressure on that, which is pushing against the pump. So they actually take a 4-inch pipe and they run it up on the inside of it all the way up to the top, and then you have a 90 uh, where it comes, or well, 180 is two 90s welded together, and that dumps it back down into the tank. So you have a lot less head pressure against the pump. So I done all of that and actually got that water tower in order for them, in working condition. And they actually there's a an oil refinery just a little ways down the road in like the next town, and they had a weld inspector come out to inspect my welds, and I was so nervous. It had been a long time since I had a weld inspector inspect my welds, and he come out, and the only thing that he didn't really like too much about was on on a penetration you put, I can't remember the plate, it's like putting a fish plate over where you cut a hole through a tank, you have to put a plate over top of that, and I forgot to cut the corners off. You're not supposed to have any 90-degree corners on that plate, because what could happen is it would actually, if it was to tear out, it's going to tear out in that corner. That's a weak spot. So you actually want to clip it off. It would be best if it was perfectly round, because then you're going to have even pressure all the way around it, and it's not going to tear the tank metal behind it. Um, yeah, one of those oversights, and but when they looked at it, they're like, yeah, it's overbuilt. There's no way it's ever going to, fail or anything. So they ended up passing it. You got good skills, you shouldn't have trouble finding a job. Yeah, I mean, that welding place, when I went in and I showed him my resume, this was actually right before the tornado hit in Joplin. I showed him my resume and he said, "When can you start?" And before that, I was working at a place called K&S Wire that made things like barbecue grill grates, just stuff out of wire that's, mesh stuff that's welded together. Um, they built like shopping carts for Walmart and stuff. I busted my butt for that company and saved the contract for the Walmart shopping carts for them. And I was making, I want to say it's 8 or 8.50 an hour, and I'd been there 90 days. And I went up to the guy, it was a little over 90 days. I'm like, hey, when are they going to put me in for a raise? I said, I'm not working for this little money. Uh, I'd saved that contract for him. I thought, well, surely they'll give me a raise now. I went to my supervisor. I said, hey, what about my raise or whatever? Like, did you put me in for it? And he said, yeah, I put you in for a 50-cent raise. And I'm just like, you did what? I felt insulted. And he's like, and they turned you down. I said, I'm packing my stuff and leaving. I said, I quit basically, and I'll just find a different job. I was like, I'll be back tomorrow to get my toolbox. I took my resume. I already had it made up. I took my resume down here to Anderson. At the time, it was called USA Tank, and went in there, and the guy's like, he looked it over. He literally had another guy walk out of his office, and he seen me standing there. I said, well, I'm here for a job. I handed him my resume. He looked at it. He's seen some of the welding shops I'd worked at and how long I'd worked there. And he's like, when can you start? I was like, well, how much are you going to pay me? He goes, can you TIG weld? I said, yeah, I can TIG weld. He goes, can you do aluminum? Can you do stainless? Mild steel? I'm like, I can do all of it. I can do mirror finish stainless and, not mess it up. I actually did a weld test for a company that builds the truck boxes, headache racks for semi trucks. They use a lot of mirror finish stainless, and I went in and did a weld test for them. And the guy said, how much do you need? I told him how much I wanted per hour. He goes, well, I can't say you're not worth that, but I just can't pay it. And this was back in like '08 when the economy was not doing so good. And so they were worried about hiring new people on. They needed someone to work for more like $10 an hour, that was just kind of a gopher type person. And he told me, he said, well, if you would, whenever things get a little better, come back and reapply. And I'm like, nah, I got better things to do. Um, but that place was called Bruner Fabrication up in Joplin over there. It's not too far from Flying J. I wouldn't mind working there, but that's a 45-minute drive to and from work every day, and I really don't want to do that. It's too far. So I want this other place in Anderson is about 10 minutes away. It's basically 5 miles probably, and there's two different directions I can go to get there. Sometimes we have a train coming through town, and that messes stuff up. So there's actually another way I can go if I had to. What did I miss here? Don Lee says, was yummy peach yogurt. I like yogurt. I don't know so much about peach. I'm really hoping my peach trees didn't lose their blossoms. They were blooming the other day, and then yesterday it got really cold. I know it was down in the freezing temps last night. I'm really hoping I get some peaches this year. Jason said, I'm going to run. Have a great day, everyone. All right, Jason, see you. Driving too far for work is crazy with gas prices, what they are. Yeah. I'm hoping my wife will want to stay and maybe we can just keep the place. But I don't think she's going to. She's got her a big time job now, so she thinks. She's a manager and took over a store up in Joplin. So, yeah, she moved up pretty quick in that company. I said, well, good for you. Aren't you glad I pushed you to do better for yourself? And I don't know. I don't think she likes the fact that I was pushing her to, do better. The sad thing is, like, she doesn't really know how to manage her money. And that's why she don't don't help out around here with nothing. So I definitely got to get a job now so I can make sure I pay all the bills. The thing I worry about is it might come down to where I have to force her to leave and actually go get a divorce to finalize it. Uh, that's the hard part. I don't want to do that. I think that's when it will really sink in for me, is if I have to, tell her that she's got to move out. I mean, I've pretty much told her that already. So I'm giving her, time or whatever, to find a place or whatever. And I don't want her, you know, in a position like I am or anything, or like I have been. Haha, and she got a job as a manager. Don Lee, you know too much. But she works for one of those evil companies, one of them title loan places. I can't say much about that. Anybody that gets title loans, I know some of you guys may have them, nothing against you or anything, but I am telling you the truth. Do not get a freaking title loan. That is one of the worst things you can do with your money. I have virtually no income, very, very little income every month. The couple $100s that I make off of YouTube every month basically pays my phone bill and a little bit of gas in the truck to do a few things or whatever, or order a few things off Amazon or something for the bus. That's the extent of my income right now. I just know how to live on basically nothing. Uh, my wife, on the other hand, no. Uh, Apparently, she can go through several $1,000s a week and have nothing to show for it. Uh, and I have proof of that. My income and what I had when I owned my trucking company, and whenever I would come home, I would expect there to be money in the bank, some savings or something, to be able to go out and have fun, go on vacation or something, because I was making a bring home somewhere around 20,000 every 2 weeks. That was after all my overhead was paid, fuel, taxes, licensing, and everything. Right. I come home, there's nothing left. I would be out on the truck for months at a time. Right. Come home, and there's nothing left, and we're behind on every bill. And I'm just like, how is this possible? I used to make $400 a week for several years as a welder. I mean, that wasn't great money, but that's what I knew back then. And then I went back into trucking, and I've always made better money in trucking, and it's an easier job. It makes you lazy. Uh, I was so out of shape when I finally got out of the truck, and that's another reason I don't want to go back into that, because if I go back into trucking and I'm sitting in a truck all day long, waiting at docks and doing that lazy job, I mean, I'm not saying all truckers are like that, but the work I was doing as a truck driver was a pretty lazy job. Very, very easy, like almost anyone could do it. But if I do that, my health will suffer and I'll end up dying early. I just know that. That is the main thing that killed my dad. My dad was a truck driver. He worked in construction, building houses up in Connecticut for a long time, for several years, and then he went into truck driving. He done that for several years and just kept gaining weight. Ended up with having a heart attack, and then after he had a heart attack, he was just scared to do anything. He would live for several more years, and then a heart attack ended up killing him. Uh, I don't want to end up living a short life like he did. I would like to see my grandkids. All right. Uh, my dad, he got to see my oldest son, and that was it. Let's see. Yeah, 27.99%. Yeah. And then, to see all the vehicles that get repoed that are sitting out there, and a lot of people trash those vehicles. That's what I've been seeing here lately. And I'm like, I don't really blame them, but it doesn't help them any, because when that company sells that vehicle, they have to put that towards what you owed on your loan And I mean, you're not helping yourself any if you do something like that. But uh, our minivan, okay, my wife had a title loan on that minivan. And because I was out of town all the time, she had power of attorney. I gave her power of attorney to be able to sign my name and stuff on stuff like that, just with that company. All right. So what she was doing was going in and renewing that loan all the time. And after, I don't even know, 5 or 6 years of this, I'm like, hey, why is the minivan not paid for? I had already paid it off several times before, and we still owed on it. And I went in there. I said, how much do I still owe on this minivan? And it was over 2 grand. It was like almost 3,000. And I was just like, I can't keep paying on it. All right. I bought the sawmill and everything. I had sold my trucking company, and I was just like, I can't do it. And well, the COVID stuff come in, which basically they couldn't repo it because of that. And then eventually they sent me a letter for settlement, and I said, okay, I'll take it. The government sent money out, the stimulus money or whatever. I got some stimulus money. My wife got hers. The kids got theirs and everything. I saved mine. One of the stimulus checks I got, I used that to actually buy the steel to build my trailer for the sawmill. I reinvested that money. What did my wife do with her money? She went out and bought stuff like KFC, McDonald's, stuff like that. She didn't even put tires on her car. I ended up having to pay for tires on her car. I sold some things here, some woodworking stuff I did, and ended up paying for stuff like that. It's just the way that she spends money and the way I spend money. I see a huge difference there. I'm like, hey, you're buying stupid stuff. You have nothing to show for it, and I buy assets. I buy things that help me make money, and that's a huge difference between someone who ends up becoming, you know, not maybe wealthy, but financially free. That's I've known a lot of wealthy people, and I've kind of studied that and looked at like how did this person get where they are, not like oh they've got all these breaks or whatever in life. I don't look at it like that. I look at it like okay, how did they just from a just outside looking in, okay, how did this person get where they are? And you notice things about them like they take responsibility for their actions. They don't blame stuff on other people. That's the number one thing I've noticed. Their attitude is, you know, like my trucking company failing. I, you know, I understand that it was mostly because of my wife, mishandling money, but that falls back on myself because I allowed that to happen. So I shouldn't have put that power in her hands to be able to do that. Uh, so I mean, it ultimately falls on myself. So that's one thing I notice about people who become, financially stable or financially free or whatever. Uh, those kind of things. And another thing is those people basically they focus on making their money work for them rather than working for their money. All right. They do, investments in things that, that create multiple revenue streams. It may be a little bit here, a little bit there, but you're only one person. You can only do so much. So if you can multiply your income, like if you're just going out and working a job and that's the only income you have, you're not going to get anywhere real quick. But if you can use your money to create other, sources of income, and the more you can do that, the more money you can make. If you're going and getting a title loan, you're doing the exact opposite to yourself financially. You are really screwing yourself over, just to be frank. Uh, Title loans are some of the worst things you could ever get into. Um, at one point, that minivan, it was worth 10 or 11,000, and losing value. And I thought, there's no way I'm ever going to sell it because most people are going to, that are going to be looking for a minivan, or they probably got a family. They don't have a ton of money. I mean, yeah, a lot of people were getting stimulus money and everything, but most of those people aren't using that money wisely to go out and buy a vehicle or something that they need. A lot of them are going out to eat, things like that. Uh, a lot like what my wife was doing. And so I thought, okay, who is probably going to have money to buy a vehicle right now to where I could actually sell this asset? Uh, you know, then God put it in front of me that, one day my wife's friend comes up and is like, hey, I'm wondering if you could work on this Mustang, figure out what's wrong with it. I looked at it and I couldn't right off the bat just say, okay, this is what's wrong with it. And she was in a hurry. She needed a vehicle for her daughter to get to school, to work, and all this stuff. And she's literally bawling. She's saying, I don't want my daughter driving this Mustang anymore. And I was like, well, I've got the minivan. It's in perfect running condition. It's a great vehicle. It gets good gas mileage. Honestly, it was a horrible deal for me to get rid of it. And I had paid off that minivan. I forgot to put that part in there, but I paid it off with that stimulus money. So it was 100% paid for. And I told my wife, I said, I'm paying this off with my part of the stimulus. The van is mine now for me to do with whatever I want. And, you know, so I ended up trading it to her friend and for the Mustang, and eventually ended up selling the Mustang. I fixed the problems with it and everything, sold the Mustang. It ended up being sold to some kid who later on was commenting on the videos, like thinking I was going to tell him all the things that were wrong with it or something. There was, when I sold it, literally nothing else wrong with it. The fan switch was on. There was a switch on it on the dash because the ECM was not telling the fan to kick on. That was the problem. It actually needed a new ECM, but you don't have to replace that. You can just put the fan on a switch. So I had fixed it like that. It's kind of a Mickey Mouse deal, but it's more reliable. That is actually a common problem with that year of Mustang, which was actually why as part of the reason the motor went out. They were overheating it. The other thing that I found out when I got the old engine was they had bottomed out the oil pan, and it had a super tiny hole in the bottom of the oil pan. So all the oil had drained out of the oil pan overnight or whatever. And then they drove it the next day, overheated it, and the engine fan couldn't cool it off because there's no oil in it. And they actually didn't blow the motor. They messed up one of the lifters on it. All they had to do was replace a lifter, but she had her son working on it who knew nothing about vehicles or anything like that, and he took it into a Votech class and they worked on it. They ended up, oh, well, it needs a new motor. That seemed to be his answer to everything. So when I was looking at trading the Mustang, um, he's like, he pulled a spark plug out. He looks down in there, and I had literally just sprayed off the motor because it had antifreeze blowback all over it. I had just sprayed it off with a water hose, getting all the antifreeze off of it. He's seen some water and antifreeze down in there after he pulled the spark plug out, and he goes, yep, it's a blown head gasket. I was like, dude, you know nothing. Let's see. Motocross check. UPS Willow Springs, Illinois, sign on for 1 year of service is 100,000 a day. Can short haul 5 days a week. Home every night includes insurance benefits. 100,000 sign on? Nah. You mean $1,000 sign on? Or maybe 10,000? I mean, 10,000 would be a lot. I could see someone paying me that to sign on, but 100,000? Or is that 100,000 for a year, like total pay? Or are you saying sign on bonus? Let's see. 100,000 day can't. I guess that's just day driver. Short haul, so you're like home every day, pretty much. Includes insurance benefits. Oh, day cab. That's got to be 100,000 a year. I could make that at Walmart, and Walmart's way easier than FedEx or UPS. Yeah, Walmart. I can go drive for them, and you're not home every night, but you're home most every night. but you kind of do like a dedicated few routes. You do like 3 or 4 different stores, um, but you're home like every other night or something like that, plus weekends off and like super awesome benefits and everything. Um, 100,000 a year. Yeah, I know I can get that at Walmart. Uh, the average person who could get on at Walmart is going to start off around 80 or 89,000 a year. But yeah, doing UPS or FedEx, I my buddy drives for FedEx, the guy that makes the duck calls and stuff. Um, yeah, he does that. He's not like he don't drive an 18 wheeler or pull doubles for him. That's another thing I don't really want to do doubles. Uh, and that stuff, it's the winter time. The way that company, FedEx and UPS pushes people that I've seen around here. They may have changed it, but I've seen a lot of people running between Springfield and it was FedEx that was doing it. Springfield and St. Louis. That haul, when it would snow or whatever, those guys were out there pushing, and they were always getting overturned and stuff. Yeah, no touch, drop and hook. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad, but that's like every stinking day. I think. I mean, I guess you get your weekends or whatever off. Um, yeah, I know what that's all about, and I don't really want to get back into that. And drop and hook on doubles ain't always the easiest. Depends on how you're having to switch around. If you're having to hook up dollies and all that stuff. Yeah, it's just there. It don't matter what trucking you get into. There's still always going to be that headache in trucking, like breakdowns and stuff, and everything associated with all that. I mean, yeah, I ain't so sure I want to get back into the trucking stuff. Um, the other thing is, what really, really worries me is, will I pass? Like, I have to, if I go back into driving a truck, I've got to renew my medical examiner certificate, and I don't know if my blood pressure will pass right now. Um, it's borderline. If I go in there and they take my blood pressure and it's too high, then I have to wait, a set amount of time or whatever, come back in and test again. And if it's still too high again, then you have to go see a doctor, and you got to get on medication for that. And then you end up, I think the doctor will sign for a 6 month or something medical card, but you have to prove that it's under control or whatever. And that's another reason I want to get away from that. I got put on blood pressure medication once before, and it just about killed me. It dropped my blood pressure super low. Um, yeah, it's not high enough to actually have to take medication for. Uh, Usually, I have to focus more on my diet, like staying away from salt and stuff like that. But there's other problems that is what's causing it. It's not. I don't know how to explain it. It's not a blood pressure problem. It's a other problem that causes the blood pressure problem. And that was one reason I wanted to get out of trucking too, because I knew my health was suffering from it. And just sitting in a truck, I don't want to do that anymore. Fallen Arkansas veteran said, I take 3 meds for high blood pressure. That gum. I took one pill, I took one and it worked good. And the next day, I took the next one like they told me to, and it dropped my blood pressure way down. And I went for years without having any problems with my blood pressure. I mean, yeah, it was kind of elevated. We're talking like 140 over 80 something. That's not terrible. It's not something you take medicine for. Um, but here lately, with the stomach problems, I mean, I guess I need to get a job where I have good insurance to where I can go to the doctor, and then they can do all the testing and everything and say, oh, well, you've got polyps on your intestines that need, taken out or something. That's probably what it is, because it coincides with things. And I notice things like whenever you got to use the bathroom, like right before that, your blood pressure goes up. Yeah, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, is the beginning of colon cancer? That is very common on my mom's side of the family. It could be the beginning of that. I don't know. So yeah, I mean, that's another huge plus to me getting a job. I've got to look at the insurance benefits and everything like that. Uh, all right, we'll see you later, Jake. Uh, you got to throw a bobcat in the freezer. I almost got one yesterday. Uh, my daughter got home from school. I went inside. I'm like, all right, what do you want for dinner? So I can start thawing something out or whatever. And she was literally sitting there fixing some ramen noodles. That's usually what she does when she gets home from school. She'll go in there and just make ramen noodles. But I go in, I'm like, okay, what do you want for dinner later on? Uh, but anyways, she's standing there at the kitchen sink, running the water to get hot water to make her ramen noodles. And she goes, what the heck is that? And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I go look. There's another bobcat. It was coming up in my yard. My chickens were up here in the front yard, and the bobcat was sneaking up towards the house. And I was like, all right, I'm not missing this time. I was like, okay, where's my 12 gauge? Uh, and it was in my pickup. So I go out the front door, get my 12 gauge. I put some bird shot in it, which was stupid. I probably should have put a slug in there. But when I come out, the bobcat had heard me coming around the house, and so I seen it, and I took a shot at it, but it was about 75 yards from me, which is probably a little too far away for birdshot to really do anything. I seen the grass move around it, so I know I hit it. It just, I don't think it was enough to really do anything. But hopefully that will keep it away for a while. I'm hoping. Uh, I just got that other hen, which the rooster is fine with the new hen, but the other two hens are kind of like, get out of here, you know. They're not like pecking at her or anything anymore, but they kind of shun her, I guess is what you'd call it. Um, she's not fully welcomed into the flock yet, I guess. Uh, but yeah, I was hoping to get that other. It's a different bobcat. I think I may have placed a good shot on the other bobcat. It just got away and probably died somewhere. Um, but I'm pretty sure I hit it because I haven't seen it in a while. But there's another one coming up here. It's a lighter color, kind of a gray. It's more gray. It's like it has that golden brown and a gray in it. The other one that was here was almost a dark kind of black with a reddish color in it. Kind of weird looking. At first, I thought it was a house cat, but I was looking at it. I said, no, that is not a house cat. It had great big ears and big old whiskers on it. It looked a little skinny. Let's see here. Hey, Paul Honeyman was in here. Got to run, Dave. Stay safe, everyone. We'll see you later, Paul. Uh, how is your beloved doing, Tony? Prayers that Angie is recovering, physical, emotional hugs. She's doing real good, he said. I've been on here hour and 18 minutes. That went pretty quick. I just been yammering about stuff. Hmm. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to warm up. I don't have any of the heaters on in here, so it's starting to feel warmer in the bus. I don't have any windows open, so I don't really know how warm it is outside. But I think today I think I'll get started on that bed frame. I got so much to do on that. I've got to find the D rings so I can hang that from the roof. That's another thing I've been thinking about is, do I build a solid frame underneath of it and just have it to where it can open? Like the bed part tilt up and then you still got the frame on the floor, or do I just hang it from the roof? Sitting here thinking, okay, how do I design that so that going down the road, it doesn't work itself free and start falling apart, which I mean is very likely could happen. Do I just run screws in to the sheet metal, or do I use those the little the riv nuts. They're like a rivet, but it's a nut for a bolt. Do I put those in, or do I just put bolts through the entire bus? I mean, putting bolts through the entire bus would probably be the ultimate, but you're looking at possible leaks and stuff in the future. From it raining, it can leak inside, start rusting the panels out from the inside. So I think I'll probably end up using the riv nuts, or a combination of riv nuts and the screws. Um, I've been watching a lot of Bus Life Story and other people out there building their buses, and they buy special screws, the self-tapping screws, to attach everything in their bus. I'm like, man, that's crazy. That's expensive. You could actually buy one screw, which I got these right here. Um, well, it looks backwards as can be on my side. But the Craig pocket hole screws right here, the 1.25 inch ones, if you're going to be attaching 2x4s, you would use like the 2.5. No, which is, whoops, these right here, the 2.5 inch right there. You could use those to attach your like 2x4s or whatever to the floor and to the roof. I just thought I would try them. And I don't know if you guys can see this very good. Let's see. But you can see there's a little ground piece right there. These will actually self-tap into the thinner sheet metal of a bus. And so I've been using those to attach the wall boards right here. They're about 1/4 inch thick. One thing I noticed is up top, there's like a little ridge, a pinch weld sort of thing down lower on the bus, just above the fender well, pretty much. Below that is really thick sheet metal, and those screws don't work good. All right, so on the bottom part down there, I use the self-tapping, I think they're called Tex, Teks, self-tapping screws. I use those for that because it's just a little too thick for the Craig screws to go through. But I mean, if you're going to get pocket hole screws for most of your build, cabinetry and stuff like that is something you're going to be using. You don't want to be using nails in a bus build necessarily, unless you're doing like the accent wall. That's fine to use staples or whatever on something like that, because it's really not structural. It's just aesthetic. Behind that is actually plywood. That's the actual main structure of that wall to make it rigid. And I just put the red cedar and the hedge on there just for aesthetics. So that's not a big deal to just staple that on. But like the rest of the stuff, anything structural inside the bus, you want to use screws. That way it's not just falling apart on you, because the nails and stuff like that will just work their way free. But yeah, I found out that these right here, they work great. And I mean, instead of having to buy those and buy self-tappers, just buy one screw. And sure, you need some self-tappers for some of the stuff, like the stuff on the lower part, but that's not a whole bunch. That's literally like one box. That was one thing I kind of overlooked when I started into this bus build, was just how many screws you would have to buy, and fasteners and everything. Like putting the insulation on the roof right here, you can see these little push button, like these little black things right here that's holding that up. Those were super cheap. I think it was 250 of them for like $20. Didn't cost a whole bunch of money. I ended up buying a whole bunch of those things. And the ones that I got, they come with these cool little tools right here. You actually, for every like 250 you get, you end up getting another tool. So I got like 3 or 4 of these darn things with them. But anyways, that's the tool that you use to remove those. That's pretty cool. A lot of people ask me if I'm going to put wood on the ceiling. I don't plan on it. Maybe in the future, once I kind of have the bus pretty well finished out and I take it in and I weigh it and I see where I am weight wise, I might consider wood up on the ceiling, but if I do, it's not going to be the like 3/4 inch tongue and groove stuff. That is way too thick. You don't need wood that thick up there. You really only need something that's just going to dress it up. Like this wood I got right here, it's just under a 1/4 inch thick, I believe. It was a 1/4 inch thick, and then I planed it down, so it's going to be a little under. Haven't actually measured it, but it's plenty thick enough, just for looks. And it's a lot less weight than putting 3/4 inch or 1/2 inch tongue and groove. I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure tongue and groove is going to be 3/4 inch. That is a lot of weight to be putting on your roof, especially if you're going to be putting a rooftop deck up there. Um, I do plan on putting a small rooftop deck on the back end of the bus. But before I do all that, I want to take the bus in and see how much it weighs before I really put a bunch more weight on the bus. I want to make it as light as possible. I've already got some heavy stuff in here, like the tub. It's fairly heavy, but I mean it's literally like the weight of one and a half persons. And you figure this is a 77 passenger bus. The weight of that tub is insignificant, okay? But everything you do put in your vehicle, your bus, whatever, is going to cost you in the long run when you're going down the road if you're traveling a lot. I'm not exactly planning on doing a lot of traveling, like full time travel. That could be something I end up doing in the future. But that's not really the plan for this bus. This bus is to be okay, I can go places with it. I can haul the sawmill around uh, and go, let's say go down to come on Homestead or something like that with the sawmill and do a little milling down there or something. That's something I would love to do um, if I can find the time to do it. Um, but yeah, it's not like I'm going to be traveling a bunch. It's pretty much like I'm going to park this somewhere. Like right now, it's sitting in my front driveway. I can live in it and live in it while I'm fixing the house so I can actually get all my stuff sold off and out of the house, get the house empty, start fixing it up. It'll be so much easier to fix the house with nobody living in it. I'll actually be able to get some things done and remodel it. And there's a lot that needs to be done. I probably actually need to take a lot of the paneling kind of stuff out of the living room, re-insulate the living room front wall, and put actual sheetrock up. It's got paneling in there, and I just covered it up with some wood that I had milled, just so I didn't have to look at the nasty paneling anymore. Uh, it was terrible. It was kind of wavy. You can tell that the insulation they blew in, it was that blow-in insulation, has kind of settled in the walls. It's not great insulation. It needs redone. So that's some of the things I need to do is just rip everything out of there, gut it basically, and make it good. Put like the pink insulation in or the wool insulation. That will raise the value of the house. I think putting sheetrock in it for one will raise the value. A couple of the walls that's got the red cedar on it, I'll probably leave that like it is. Maybe sand it a little bit to kind of bring that color out again, and then I'll put a polyurethane on it to kind of make that pop a little bit. I think that'll help with the value on the house. But I think one of the main things is literally just redoing all the floors, ripping everything out, all the subfloor, not the base of the subfloor, but basically they've got one by I think it's one bys. I want to say it's like 1x8s running across it, and then they've got it's like a particle board on top of that, and then they got the laminate flooring on top of that. And it's that really cheap laminate flooring that just it puckers up if it gets wet, and that's the biggest problem. It's gotten wet and the floor is just ruined. So I've got to tear that out. I've got to tear out probably all of the particle board and replace all that with. I'm probably not going to use particle board. I'll probably just use some plywood. I'll be having to shop around, see if I can get some plywood real cheap somewhere to put down, and then put all new laminate floor in it. Probably like what I put in the bus. I'll end up doing a nice laminate floor, not that cheap junk. That was one thing I seen when we bought this house. We walked into it, And my wife was like, "Oh, look, it's got a nice new floor." And I'm like, "This is that cheap crap." She didn't see that. I was like, "It. They just did this for looks. I could do that and probably find someone just like us to buy it and pay an insane amount for it. But I don't want to do that. I want to actually make it pretty nice." Another thing is the windows in the house need to be updated. So there's going to be quite a bit of money put into that. You know, the biggest problem I see is the insulation factor in this house is not very good. Uh, so we got windows, flooring, the well pump needs to be pulled. I probably need to put a new well pump on, drop that back down the hole. That's not a huge deal, but I'm a little worried about an 800-foot deep well. I've been told that it's 800 feet is where the well pump is sitting, so that's going to be a lot of weight. I can do it myself with my log arch trailer. I'm just a little worried that if I'm using the ropes, I'm worried that it might be a little heavy, and if the rope breaks, it could be terrible. So there's a lot on the line, literally. If I was to do that all by myself, I'd be risking a ton to do that. If I drop it down in there, it could break off and be down there. Then I have to pay a well company to come out and try to fish it out. If they can't fish it out, there's a possibility, you know, it depends on, I mean, it depends on how deep the water column is, which I don't think is very good. I think that's part of the reason why the well pressure is pretty low, is I think our water columns dropped quite a bit. And it's because of a chicken house, some huge chicken houses. I think it's Berkshire Hathaway owns them. That's just a few miles away, and they've got some really deep wells, and they're sucking everybody's wells dry around here. I think the only reason I still have water is because my well's 800 feet deep. There's other, like up here, a neighbor of mine, he has a 150-foot deep well. The water's not great, but he does have water, but it's very slow. He had to actually put a different type of pump in that's a lot slower, and he actually fills up a swimming pool with that, and then they have another pump that pumps out of the swimming pool. So pretty much their well pump is virtually running continuous, but at a really slow rate, and filling up this big pool thing that they've got. And then they have a higher pressure pump that runs off of the pool. It's a crazy system he's got. They have dog kennels and stuff, so they got to have water, you know, for all the dogs and everything, and then washing down the runs and stuff like that. Uh, Pretty crazy. I was like, I can't believe you're doing this off of a 150-foot deep well. All right, Tony, we'll see you. Roberta said, it's nippy here today, and it's supposed to snow a bit later. Brr. Yeah, it snowed here yesterday. It wasn't supposed to, as far as I knew. I mean, I knew it was going to be cold, but it was supposed to be, I think it said like 10 degrees warmer yesterday than the day before, but it was actually, I think it was colder. It actually got down to freezing last night. If you guys need to go, you don't have to say you got to go. You can just take off, you know. You don't have to stay in here the whole time I'm live. I like to stay on for a while because new people come in. Like, we got Brazos Valley Soaps in here now. Look at that. Let's see. I'm fantastic. How about you, Roberta? And hi to Dawn. It's supposed to hit 80 here today. Woo! Yeah, you're down there in Texas. I forget where at exactly in Texas. Where is it? Palestine, I think you said. Around Palestine, Texas. I seen that post where you guys have moved or something. That's pretty cool. Man, 22 people in here still. 45 thumbs up. I still ain't finished my coffee. Yeah, I still have my Brazos Valley soaps from the meetup. Believe it or not, I don't use it all the time, but it's a face scrub. Let me show you guys that. You guys need a soap that will make you feel like a new man or new woman, new person. Right here, the foaming sugar scrub. This is the lemongrass eucalyptus from Brazos Valley Soaps. That is awesome stuff. I've had this ever since the meetup. I actually had two of them. The other one's empty. My wife was using it to shave her legs. I guess it works good because she used up the other jar that she had got. And crazy thing was, like, she had the exact same stuff. But yeah, she liked it, and I said, "This jar's mine. Get your hands off of it." uh, oh, let's see. Roberta, we like to make our friends aware so we can tell them to have a blessed day. Yeah, but it, like, I don't know. It kind of like everyone's like, okay, bye, see you later. And then other people are like, all right, I'm getting off here too. That's kind of what it does. When you're like, okay, I got to get out of here or whatever, it's probably more helpful to my channel if you just kind of like, you know, go. it You don't have to say bye. Brazos Valley Soap said, how you doing, dude? I'm doing all right, especially today. Got some really great news yesterday. They actually, my loan was approved, or my RMA, whatever, what is that? Request for mortgage assistance, basically to redo or refinance the loan for what we got behind during the CV stuff. And so now I actually know that they're not just going to foreclose on me. I can actually just go get a job and start making my regular payments again. The main reason I did not go get a job was because I needed to figure out a way to get something like the bus, something that I could live in, something that nobody could take from me. And you know what? All in all, this is actually working out for the best, okay? Because a lot of people, you guys may not know this, but me and my wife are splitting up, basically. That's something that's been coming down the pipeline for a long time, for many, many years. And it's happening. Okay, we're split up right now. Now I still wear my ring. She actually pawned her ring off years ago, which I did not like that at all. I came home one time and I was like, "Where's your ring?" And she's like, "Oh, I pawned it." I was like, "Why?" Anyways, so she don't even wear her ring anymore. But that's just what it is. All right. We're going to end up getting a divorce, and she's looking for a place. All right. I'm not like, rushing her and saying, get out. I've been telling her, I'm like, hey, they may foreclose on the house and we ain't gonna have any place to live. And she straight up told me, I'm not living in the bus with you. You're doing that for you, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. So originally I had planned on putting some bunk beds in here. That's not going to be happening because the kids don't want to live in the bus with me. They don't want to move anywhere else, travel or nothing like that. They got their lives here. My 16-year-old has a job. My 18-year-old has already moved out. He's got a job. He's got his own life and everything. So he dang sure ain't going to be, living with me in the bus. My 16-year-old ain't going to be. And my daughter is 14. And she's definitely going with mom. All right. She likes hanging out with me and stuff. She likes learning a little bit about, she's kind of taking an interest in woodworking, which is really cool, which is another reason I don't want to move away from here because, if I can live here and still have the wood shop and all this kind of stuff, there's a possibility I may not sell the house, but that is the plan right now. If I can get to in a position where, paying the monthly mortgage ain't a big deal, then I'll do that. But that's kind of the plan, is that I would fix the house up and then sell it and then go buy a property and become 100% debt free, not have that monthly mortgage. That's really what I want to do, is get away from that. So really awesome news that they're not going to foreclose on me. And so all I got to do is go get a job, and 5/1/2022 is when my next payment is due. It actually went down $100 from what it was before. Before it was 800 and something, and now it's 7 something. So that's actually pretty darn doable. That's cheaper than what most people pay for rent. So at least around here, there's some places I could probably go rent a mobile home over at the trailer park for like $350, $375 a month. But I don't want to live in mobile home. I mean, this is kind of a mobile home, but it's a lot more durable. I've had people ask me, why don't you just buy an RV that's already finished out? Yeah, I could have went and spent 4 or 5 thousand on an RV that was, already livable, right? But have you seen the videos where they actually take a limo and they drive it through a RV? I mean, just straight through it. And then there's another video clip after that where a semi truck T-bones a school bus that's got dummies in it, and it just barely dented the bus. So it's like, okay, why did I buy a school bus? Because it's a lot more durable. You can build this thing out. It can virtually last forever as long as you take care of it, maintain it to where it doesn't rust out. The motor and transmission, you can always just go get another motor or transmission to rebuild it, fix stuff like that. Uh, you're not necessarily losing value in a bus. An RV loses value big time because those things just fall apart. Simple as that. Uh, so, to answer your question, I'm doing great. He uses it, and then I don't have it to shave my legs off. What I miss here? Oh, my husband uses all my scrub. Yeah, I didn't know you could use it for shaving your legs, but that's what my wife used it for. She used that up in like a week. I was like, oh heck no, you stay away from my jar. I mean, to wash my face, it don't take much. I just, get a little bit of it, put it on my hands, rub it with some water, and scrub my face. And that smell and the way it makes your face feel is just freaking awesome. Uh, I don't know of any other soap out there like that. And now I've spent the last several years, like, I'm pretty simple. All I need is a bar of Dial soap, that yellow Dial soap, and I wash my hair and everything with that. And now I'm getting away from that, and I'm really enjoying this stuff. Let's see. At least he smells fine, Rachel. Yeah. Um, that's awesome about the news. Yeah. Super awesome. I'm sorry that's tough, even if it's been a long time coming. Yeah, it is for me, but not for her. Uh, I was talking to her yesterday. I told her, I had to message her and tell her the news. I was like, hey, I'm not losing the house, so I'm going to go get a job. And she just says, okay, good. That's literally the text I got back from her. And then I talked to her last night. I said, well, are you going to want to stay? She said, no, I'm getting a place of my own. I'm like, oh, okay. Uh, so many people are like, oh, your wife is so nice. I'm like, you don't know her. You don't know her. Some people put on a really good front. Yeah, we paid $805 a month, but made our last rent payment yesterday. Yeah, I've seen. There was a house we were looking at before we bought this place. It was a pretty nice single level, 3 bedroom, 2 bath. Uh, it was pretty close to Joplin. It was literally right down the road from where we used to live in Saginaw, Missouri, which is right by Joplin. Right, it's just kind of south of Joplin. Um, really, really close. I mean, really close to I-44. Uh, so I mean, like all kinds of jobs around there, right? And you're really close. So it's a good location, really nice little neighborhood, kind of in the country, and it was 800 a month for a little brick home. Uh, I was like, yeah, I think we better buy a place because I'm not paying 800 a month for rent. I want my money to be going into an investment rather than just, for some people, I mean, if you can't take care of a house, you might be better off renting. But me personally, I would rather know that that money is going into an investment, and that's what really was stressing me out was how much I've paid $150,000 total into this house so far since I've been here. The loan is literally for 150,000, right? But I still have a whole lot more years left to pay on this place. So basically, I haven't figured it up since they redone it, but I have it somewhere here on the paper. 400 and some odd months of seven something a month, whatever that is. Where is that paper? Is it down here? Yeah, here it is. 480 months, and I don't have a calculator here. I'm using my phone right now, but 480 months at 718.15. So whatever that equals. Yeah, I know it. I just know it's a lot of money. The last time I figured it up, if I just paid the 30 years, okay, it was going to be over a little over 300,000 for a $150,000 house. I was when I done that math, and I was like, holy crap, you got to be kidding me. No matter how much two people want a divorce, it comes with a certain amount of pain. Yeah, uh, it does. For me, I think it's more for me than her. Like for her, I guess it's her dream. I guess I don't know. Uh, I don't know why she wants a divorce, but yeah, it's whatever. True, truth, Dawn and Rachel, dissolution, a relationship, and ESP marriage is painful. Mm. It just really sucks when one person gives up and the other one doesn't. I'm glad you're doing great. I'm so glad, love it too. Or I'm so glad you love it. You and I are the same. I ration mine for months. Yep, that's pretty much what I do. I don't use it like every day, but some days you're just like, you know what? That would be really cool to use that. Just kind of kick back in the tub. The other night, I just I filled the tub up with hot water and kicked back. I actually had my little cooler sitting next to the tub. Had the phone up there. Was watching some lives and stuff, and just chilling in the tub. Washed my face with that, and yeah, it was pretty nice. I guess it'd be probably similar to someone taking a bubble bath. I guess I don't know. Uh, wow, Arizona Highland Homestead. I remember paying 2 grand a month for a 2 bedroom, 2 bath apartment with neighbors upstairs. Wow, that is insane. Was that like New York or Phoenix or? I mean, I know there's some places in Phoenix, and there's most places in New York City are crazy amount. Probably a couple thousand a month or something. I couldn't pay that. There's no way. There's no way. I mean, even if I had millions of dollars, I could not see myself paying that. Roberta said 344K. So yeah, they're getting me by refinancing it. They're getting another 44,000 out of me. So yeah, I will. I'll be planning on selling this place, and I mean the payoff. If I was to pay it off right now, would be less than 150,000 because I've already got 50,000 on the principal as of right now, and 100,000 of that I've paid so far is just on interest. So 100,000 for interest and 50,000 on the principal. Then they get to refinance it. So that kind of changes things. I'm sure it brought the principal back up. So yeah, it's back to square one basically right now. So the plan is to fix the house up to where I can sell it. Another thing I missed earlier, I get on something and I forget stuff, but the heating and air in the house, the outside unit, the heat pump needs to be replaced. That thing burned up a few years back. I was quoted 5 grand on that, and then I talked to my brother about it. He's owned a few different houses. He's kind of went through, own and sell and stuff like that. I've literally never sold a house. I've only bought one and lost one, and then bought this one, right? So I don't even really know like the selling process. I kind of have an idea, but yeah, he had a entire heating and air system put in one of his houses that he sold, and I don't think he paid that much for it for the whole thing, or it was about that for the whole thing. This one literally just needs the outside unit replaced, the motor or the compressor in it burn up. And, so I haven't personally had someone come out and look at it. I just know what my wife told me. Uh, and knowing like how things have worked out with her dealing with people, and I've talked like when I had the guy come out and work on the well. I said, I want a new well pump. I want a new pressure tank. I want all new plumbing throughout the entire house because our water pressure, even if the well pump is good, the water pressure sucks because the copper tubing in the house is super small. It's less than half inch. It's like 3/8 inch going from the water heater up into the upstairs and everything. So the water pressure sucks from that. Plus, there's calcium buildup and stuff inside those pipes. So I told this guy I want everything replaced. Shoot me a price. This was back when I made really good money, and he shot me a price. It was like $2,500 or something. I said, do it. I come home. He didn't do any of it. All he did was replace the control box on the well pump. He was like, well, that's all that was wrong with it. I said, no, that's not all that was wrong with it. That's all that you needed to do to get water into the house again. I want good water pressure because if I sell the house, when someone comes in and they turn the shower on and they can barely get water to come out of that faucet, a lot of people are going to say, nope, don't want it. They are not going to be inclined to pay 200 and some odd $1,000 for a house. I mean, that's honestly what I could sell it for now. If I fix it up, I've actually heard of people selling homes that were probably in worse condition than what mine is right now, and they're getting $250,000 for it, just because of the way the market is right now. So I may end up talking to a realtor and see what I could, minimal what I can do to make the house livable and sellable. I just I can't sell it in good conscience with the condition it is in right now. I've ripped out the majority of the carpet and padding and stuff in the upstairs to redo that. So that it's kind of already the renovation sort of started right now, and just getting some of the old nasty stuff out of the house, and to where that's another thing why I can't stand to live in there is because the smell for one, breathing that stuff in messes with my asthma, having the cats in there and everything. I'm allergic to cats, so I can't do it. Uh, and then the bed bugs, right? You know, the awesome thing is I don't have bed bugs or roaches or anything out here in the bus, so I'm good out here. Let's see. Yeah, it's crazy here. That was the cheapest rent we could find in that area. Hmm. That Texas. Yeah, I mean, but wages in Texas are a bit more than they are here. Um, Don Lee said apartments here are going for 2,500 a month. Yeah, that's in Arizona, right? I really appreciate your shout out. That meant the world, and I love that bathtub. Thank you. I like it too. I actually went to look at a 60-inch tub, and when I seen this one here, because I was just like, man, there's not enough space to put a full size bathtub in that bus. And I went to this place over in Grove, Oklahoma. It's like an antique shop. And I seen this tub there, and I was like, I've never seen one that short. It was a 4.5 foot. And I asked the lady how much she wanted, and I think it was 400 or 450. I think I paid 350 for it. But I said, is there any way you could take any less for it? Because it looks like it needs redone on the inside. I was like, the outside ain't a big deal. I can paint that, right? The inside, if you paint it, it ain't gonna last. And so she called the lady that owned it, and she said, "Well, I'll take 350." And it took me a bit. I was like, "Man, I don't know. That's a lot of money. I could possibly go to Lowe's and buy a tub kit, but then you're looking at most likely a 60-inch, because I would have a hard time finding a smaller one unless I just went with a shower pan." And I did not want to go with just a shower pan because at the time, the plan was my wife and kids would live in here with me. After selling the house, we'd buy a piece of raw land and build our own house. That was kind of what I was thinking the plan would be at the time, but she had different ideas, and I'm glad I got it. pretty stinking nice, and it's a rarity. The 4.5 foot tub is not super common. Arizona Highland Homesteads, same here. We've never sold a house. Lost the first one we bought in '07. Bought this one in Arizona 3 years ago, paying just over 1,000 a month for mortgage. That $1,000 a month mortgage is rough. When I first started buying my house, it was 1,000 a month, and I went in and I redone my insurance because, I mean, I had the max on everything on insurance. Basically, the insurance I had when I first got the place was like if it got hit by a tornado or if it burnt down or something crazy like that, uh, the house would be paid for 100%. Plus, I would have enough money to build it back. And I had an insane amount of coverage on contents and stuff like that. Plus, I had my shed insured, like outbuildings and stuff. I had a crazy amount on those. And I went back in. I was like, okay, I'm not going to insure my shed, my outbuilding, because it's so far away from the house. I don't really worry about it. And if it burnt down, I don't really care. I could, mill up the lumber now and build another one, right? So I took that off. I did everything I could to kind of, bring it down to where if something happened to the place, I could basically pay the land off and the house, where it would just be paid for. Um, and so in lowering my insurance and everything, that brought it down to, I think it was 900 a month. And then I think property taxes or something had came down or something. I don't remember what it was, but something came down. So that brought it down to like 800. And now with this refinance, we're down to seven something. I'm like, hey, you know what? That's doable. Uh, Man, the Crockers are putting out videos like crazy today. I keep getting notifications for them. Those those guys, I can't even keep up anymore. I can't watch their videos all day long. They put out so many videos. I'm just like, man, I wish I could do that. But you've got, what is it, 3 channels, 3 or 4 channels of theirs alone, plus Jared, of content. Like, I love watching their stuff, but man, it's getting hard to keep up. They put out a lot of content. Let's see. Roberta said it's criminal how much money banks are make off of selling houses. Yeah, that house that I lost back in '08. I talked to the realtor because, all right, my wife's mom or my mother-in-law lives just 2 houses down, so it's like a few blocks down. It's out in the country. And so we drive by there all the time, right? And we've seen people move in, and a few months later, it's got a sign out front. It's for sale, and they moved out or whatever. The grass is growing up like crazy, and they get someone else in there. They're in it for a little bit, and then it's being sold again. And multiple times we've seen that, right? And so we went to our realtor and said, "Hey, how many times has that place been foreclosed on?" Because that's kind of what we suspected is, they're now that it's in, owned by a certain bank, a big bank that got a huge bailout back then for that kind of stuff. And I kind of feel like that's what the banks are trying to do right now is trying to get another government bailout, and it's not worked for them just yet. So I think they're figuring out that they got to let people keep their homes, otherwise they're going to be SOL because I don't think the government's going to give them another bailout. Um, if the government gives them a bailout, then watch out because people are going to be homeless like big time. I know there's already people that are homeless from this stuff, but if they do give them a bailout, it's going to be horrible because then they'll be able to turn those over, boot people out. They're not going to be, so forgiving or whatever is the way I see it. That's what I suspect. But yeah, I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, the property, the other house, it's sold multiple times. She was able to look it up, and it was, I forget how many times, but multiple times it had been foreclosed on. And she's able to see what, if it was a conventional loan or if it was a RD loan, this rural development loan, like what I have on this place. Um, Basically, um, a rural development loan, that's a government backed loan, and you have to sign that paper that says that even if you default, you'll still pay for it. And I said, wow. So every time that happened, I don't know if those people filed bankruptcy and got, something else done with that. But typically what happens is they strong arm the people. They sell you a house, you buy it, you sign the papers, and something inevitably happens. Life happens, right? You fall behind. You fall behind, and it only takes 3 months. 3 months of being behind, they foreclose immediately on you. Uh, and typically, when they sell a house to someone like that, it's someone like me that really doesn't know what they're getting themselves into. It's someone who doesn't have that 20% down, just they it's a planned out thing for the banks, and they do it over and over again. I've sit there and I look at banks around here and I'm like, okay, they're always building these new buildings. How are they doing that? How can they afford that? I mean, I know they make a good amount of money off of people, those overdraft fees and stuff. But back in the day, a bank used to charge $5 or $8 a month for you to have an account. And I always thought, that's crazy. Why should I pay a bank $5 a month for them to hold my money? That just doesn't make any sense to me, right? That's just how I look at it. They're holding my money, and I asked them one time. I said, "Why do I have to pay you $5 to hold my money?" They're like, "Well, because we keep it safe for you." I'm like, I could be robbed one time in my life for several $1,000s, and I would still be money ahead rather than paying you guys $5 a month. I mean, you're practically robbing me, is what you're doing. You're using my money to loan out to people, right? You're making interest off of that, and I'm still paying you to hold my money. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. That's just how I've always looked at stuff. Motocross chick says, "Totally agree, Roberta. It's criminal. It's criminal what they're doing. Hey, they're the big bank. They get to do what they want. That's what we do. It's just an extra $100 a month to pay off so much sooner. That's probably what I need to be doing, if I could. You know, the sad thing and what really comes back to me all the time, what I'm always thinking about is when I was driving a truck, when I owned my own semi truck, and what I made, my truck should have been paid for in no time. I mean, you figure out how much I made. The last year I was driving, I grossed over 200,000, but 100,000 of that was fuel. There was a lot of write-offs in there. There was 100,000 in fuel, then insurance and maintenance and all that kind of stuff. I basically lived off of about 70 to 80,000 probably. Um, but you know, even yet, some of that is still write-offs, like clothing and different things like that is still write-offs. But when you look at how much, like, okay, let's say $16,000 to $20,000 every 2 weeks take home, and you add all that up, and you're like, why is my house not paid for? Why is my semi truck not paid for? Where's all this going? I still can't get an answer from my wife where all that money went, and I just had to, drop it and be like, whatever. Let's see. Preach it, David. That is true. Yet they pay you 6 cents a month interest on a savings account. Isn't that crazy? Or 6 cents or 6%. I thought it was like 5% is what the savings paid or something. Yeah, I think I'd rather invest my money differently. I'm not like, I don't know that much about investments or anything, but man, I wish I'd had a little bit in Bitcoin back whenever that really hit. But I worry about that cryptocurrency. I just don't see it ever really taking off. It could, but I don't see it. I feel like it is a lost cause, and eventually it's either going to take off or it's going to completely fail and just disappear, and everybody who has anything in it is going to lose everything. Uh, if history repeats itself like it always does, it's just like You know, if you got 401k, you better watch it because eventually you're going to lose it. The government will get their hands on it. They've tried multiple times. Obama tried his dangest to start taxing. I think he was trying to get a hold of people's 401k just because that's what government does. They got into Social Security. Any savings that y'all got and stuff like that, you got to always watch it and be careful because you might think that it's protected, but it's at risk. They could take it in an instant. The septic, what is that? 3,500 to get mound. She's now trying to buy property with home on it. Not much in her for affordable. Most homes here in our town, 2,000. What? 2,000 a month. The 3,500 for septic to get it put in. I'm guess you're saying. Um, yeah. 3,500 for your septic ain't bad, to be honest. I've seen, I think septic, like 1,000 gallon septic tank, like a pre-stress concrete one, you're looking at 4 or 5,000 just for the tank. Then you got to get lateral lines and everything, all that put in, and to have someone do that, I was quoted, I think it was like 7 or 8,000 by a neighbor that owns an excavating company just right down the hill from me. Um, he drives by here in a dump truck like all the time. Um, but yeah, I think with the buddy system, I could probably get it done for 4 or 5,000. My septic tank here, honestly, it needs to be moved because that's another thing with the house. I had to sign a waiver when I bought it because the septic tank is within 50 feet of the well. All right. It's downhill from the well. So I was like, yeah, it's never going to be an issue. My lateral lines are even further downhill from the well. So I don't have to worry about that. You know, it's not going to run uphill and go down alongside the casing of the pipe. That's what you got to worry about is if there was a flood or anything. But there's not going to be a flood here unless Texas and Louisiana completely disappear and the ocean ends up in my backyard, or actually my front yard, because the front of my house faces the south. But anyways, there's a huge ravine in my backyard. 1 acre of my property is literally like that steep, pretty much unusable other than, to log some trees off of or hunt or whatever, which makes it pretty nice. It kind of keeps neighbors away because they can't really build back there. Um, what was I talking about? Oh, the septic. It needs moved. So yeah, that's something else I probably need to do. It's not even a it's a homemade type deal. It was grandfathered in years ago, and the county allows that the grandfather clause or whatever. So if I do anything to it, I actually have to update the whole thing. So I just can't do anything to it because they know that just the top of it is concrete. It was a homemade deal. So that's another thing. If I sell the house, I'm looking at probably 5,000 for the heating and air to be redone. I don't even know how much for the flooring and everything. I'm guessing close to 10,000 for that. Uh, if I was to hire it out to be done. Um, this bus right here, there was 3,000 almost just in the flooring, the insulation and everything, and the flooring. That was a lot. This laminate floor stuff is expensive, uh, and there's a lot more square footage in that house. So, well, no, it wasn't 3,000. I can't remember what it was for this flooring. I had 3,000 at the time, and I bought the tub. I bought the flooring. I bought the insulation, fasteners, the caulking. liquid nail. I also got the $350 jointer. That way I could make the cabinets and stuff. Uh, I mean, I had to have that. But all in all, like everything I spent on that stuff was 3 grand, and I've put several $1,000s into it since then with like water pump, water heater, plumbing, the kitchen sink, the faucet, the insulation on the roof and the walls, the water tank. What else was there? I don't know, but we're close to about 15,000 or so right now. Just not including any of my labor or anything. That's just materials that I've got so far for the bus. Dawn said I moved my 401k around. Yeah, I've known a lot of people done that. It's probably not a bad idea. I'm not anyone to really give like financial advice, but I know what I've seen the government do in the past, and I don't know that we really have much to worry about in the next election because I'm pretty sure let's say I'm hopeful that the other party gets in there, but I don't trust either party to be honest with you. Um, it's just the current administration. If they get back in there this next go around, Lord help us all. Things need to kind of go leaning back the other direction, in my opinion. Um, but I know like certain administrations want to like grab the pew pews and they want to grab your savings or get some, they want to tax your savings and stuff like that. We're just taxed every which way. My friend paid over 8K for septic on his property. Yeah. And that's one thing I was talking about with Ed was I said, Ed, you've got a well. And like what he's paying for his property. And you figure in there's probably a septic on that property. He just needs to find it. I'm pretty sure there's probably septic somewhere on that property. It may be a Mickey Mouse setup. I don't know. But there's a well there. There was a house there. There's probably a septic there. Just saying. And so if you're looking at 8 to 10,000 for a septic system, plus 10 to 12,000, I would say, well, that well I want to say is 250 foot deep or something like that. So he's probably looking at 8 to 10,000 probably for a well. So I mean that's value right there. That's a huge deal. I mean, plus the well's finished off. It can pump water out now. It's not really finished, but he can get water out of it. If he wanted to hook it up to his house where it had power all the time, he could put a pressure switch and a pressure tank on it, plumb it in, and that's 12 grand right there in value in that property. So I was like, that property right there is worth it. Um, Now he's talking about splitting it off with someone else. I mean, yeah, he can do whatever he wants to do, but it depends on how he kind of works that deal. I kind of worry about, hoping it don't turn out to be like the last little ordeal. Um, but, I'm pretty sure he learned from experience with that ordeal. So hopefully it don't turn into something like that. I have a modular home 1997 year, and HVAC for it in January was 5,200. Yeah, that's like the whole system, really, right? So I don't understand why mine would cost more than that just for the outside unit. And it could have been that maybe she misunderstood them, and maybe that was for the whole thing. Because it's a trained system and it's older and they don't necessarily have that. It's got zones or whatever. We paid a HVAC guy to come in to work on it because the zones wasn't working right, and it was getting crazy hot in the upstairs, but the living room was staying pretty cold. And then he come in, and there's actually a zone board underneath the house. He took the panel off of it. I was out of town. He ripped all the wires out of it, twisted wires together, done all kinds of crazy stuff to try to make it work or whatever. Basically, just had it to where there wasn't any zones anymore. And all he really needed to do was take the little motor, the little flapper motor, and change it out. That's all he needed to do. And he messed up the computer board where all these wires were in there. Then we paid Satterley Heating and Air to come in to try to fix what he did. And they looked at it and he goes, "We can't even find the schematics for this zone board, so we can't fix it. We can't guarantee that we can fix it properly." And I'm like, oh my gosh. So this guy screwed everything up. I mean, what am I going to do? Going to go sue this guy? No. So, anyways, he messed that up. And then Satterley worked on it. They got it working for us where the AC would work okay. Basically, they metered the zone flaps in there, kind of locked them in place to where it metered out so much air out of each register or whatever. And yeah, crazy. What's up, Ed? Just stopping in to say hello. I was just talking about you, how crazy you are. Hope you're having an awesome day, Mr. Ed. A horse is a horse, of course, of course. Just called you Mr. Ed. I worry about you on your decision on bringing in someone else on your property, but that's up to you, dude. My parents paid $18,000 for updated septic system. Ripoff county wouldn't grandfather mine. Septic field. County made them install a 6-stage cavitate system, mini wastewater. Holy crap! A cavitating system. Holy moly! Heck with that. Everybody talking about me, it normally isn't good. Nah, there's no such thing as bad publicity, Ed. I'm gonna start talking shit on you in every one of my lives just so your channel gets boosted. When people talk shit on Jason Crocker, it helps his channel out, believe it or not. Hey, Ed, sometimes some channels do stuff the wrong way just to get those comments. I've seen channels purposely, like, they know better, right? They know better than do something a certain way, and they do it the wrong way, and it gets people riled up, right? And so then you get other channels talking about you or whatever. I've always heard there's no such thing as bad publicity. I'll talk crap on you all the time, bud. It's not a big deal. You can rest assured I'm most likely going to bring your name up in every one of my lives, so you don't want to miss out on my lives. I'll be talking about you. It's all good, dude. Motocross Chick says, "Hi, Ed. Hope the new job is going great." Wait, what? He got a new job? What do you mean he got a new job? I thought he was still working at the charcoal place. I mean, unless you're calling that his new job. He's been there for a little bit now. I can't believe I've been on here 2 hours and 18 minutes and I still got 20 people in here. That's awesome. I love talking to you guys for extended time on Fridays, though. I don't know who ever started this, you should only do it live for an hour. But I mean, I've seen Ed do lives that were like forever. And I like just kind of, connecting with y'all. Hey, there's JB Conway. She said, "Howdy, Roberta and Ed and David." What's up, JB? I ain't had a long phone conversation with you in a little while. I've been getting some sleep, huh? Yeah, she's one of them people that I think she stays up kind of late sometimes. Okay, Ed said he's still at the same job. Okay. She said new job. I was like, what? He got a new job. I missed something here. I did miss like the end of your last live because my internet or something froze up. I don't know if it was yours or mine, but it froze up for a while. And I was like, well, I don't know if he's going to come back or not. So I ended up getting off there. So I don't know if I caught the end of it or if you just disappeared or what. David and Ed, did you watch Sherry's new video? She did a live yesterday of the excavator clearing her driveway. Sherry, who's Sherry? If that's somebody like don't tell everyone like who. I don't know if that's her name, but don't tell everyone uh, unless that's public, right? Because I that could be someone I know that hasn't put their real name out there. I don't know for sure, but I don't know who Sherry is, Roberta. Um, okay, motocross chicks. JB said it has been a while. Motocross chicks. Sorry, Ed, I misunderstood. Thought you said he got a new job. I know he's been looking for a new job, but um, yeah, I don't know who the heck Sherry is. Uh, but you might tell me. As long as that's public information. Now you may have put someone's name out there that didn't want their real name put out there. I don't know. Um, yeah, Sherry's someone who was at Jeff's with us. She, Emery, and I were helping Jeff building his new chicken coops, the Apricate tiny house. Yeah, I don't watch a lot of those channels. I try to pop in on some channels I don't normally watch every now and then, uh, but I just can't like I can't watch all these homestead channels and stuff. Um, like some of them, like I like watching bobbleheads because I learn things about chickens because I got a lot to learn. Uh, and I like having chickens because to me, I think chickens are the number one, kind of homestead farm animal you need. They provide you with breakfast. I could literally probably eat eggs for breakfast every morning and it never gets old. I just fix them a different way or something every now and then. Um, but they fertilize your garden, or make, help you make compost and stuff like that. And they're pretty well low maintenance. I mean, there's not much you got to do for them. You spend a little bit on some feed every now and then. I need to get a an incubator because my hens have never really went broody for very long. I had some at one point that would go broody, but they wouldn't stay on the eggs, and they weren't going to hatch out. Wish I had a hen that would actually go broody and stay on the eggs. Um, I'm just a night owl. Have worked whole life through the night. Someone driving by slow. JB's like, "Howdy, everyone." I think she's getting to the point now where like she don't want to say hi in some lives because like everyone's like, "Hi, JB, hi, JB," and then she's like, "Oh man, I gotta say hi to all these people." I know the feeling. There's a lot of times I'll watch people's lives and I won't say anything because I'm like, I know if I say something, like everybody and their brother is gonna be like, "Hi, Dave, hi, Dave." Sometimes I'll go in there as another channel of mine and just be like, hey, like say hi to people or whatever, just so I don't get that because you feel obligated to say hi back to them. And the problem is, like, if you say hi back to one person and then someone else says hi to you and someone else says hi to you, you feel obligated to say hi back to each and every one of those people. And it kind of becomes a chore just to type that in. And a lot of times I'll be like, hi, everyone. And at the same time, you're like, man, that kind of felt inadequate. Like, you feel obligated to say hi to each individual person. And I hate that because, like, it kind of takes away from your experience just watching someone's live, and it takes away from, you feel like it takes away from their channel because, like, everyone's saying hi to you. And it really kind of slows the chat down to where they look at the chat and all they see is like people saying hi to everybody, and then they have that little lull or whatever. Yeah, I kind of know what it's like. She's like, howdy, everyone, but she's saying hi to everybody. There you go. Chickens are the gateway animal. For sure. Yeah, I had, let's see, I went and I bought a couple years ago, I bought some baby chicks, brought them home, and my wife just fell in love with them. Of course, she's like, "Oh yay, we got baby chicks!" And I had them in the house, and that little black stock tank and put a heat lamp on it, put uh, a, a fence panel thing over top of it so the cats wouldn't try to get to them, and raised them up, from baby chicks. But I bought 5 or 6 of them, and then me and my wife went to the store. We got like another 5 or 6 or so. I think it was like 13. I want to say is what we started off with, and or I think it was actually like 15 or something like that. But a couple of them, didn't make it. So I think what actually grew up was like 13, and we had them in the coop for a long time, and predators didn't get to them or nothing. And we started getting like 30 eggs a day type stuff. Uh, like they were laying like crazy all through winter, laying like crazy, like way more eggs than we could possibly ever use. And I was like, what do we do? And I posted on Facebook, eggs for sale. And Facebook is like, you can't do that. I'm like, really? So Facebook, like all these things like this are 100% against homesteaders making a living, making a not making a living, but just making enough off of selling eggs or something just to pay for the food, for their chickens or whatever. And the price of food was kind of getting to be a problem, so I ended up letting the chickens out, let them free range, which made the eggs way better. But yeah, chickens are definitely a gateway animal. I love watching Jeff's videos. He's put out some great videos sharing his flowers, chickens, cats, and daily adventures. Yeah, it seems like the ones I usually catch of his is he's usually talking about chickens. We got Ultimate Acres in here. Yeah, there they are. Hi, Ultimate Acres. Didn't see anyone new really pop in, but I see you there now. Oh, the weird stalker channel, huh, Dave? Who? Who's my stalker? Don Lee? Or am I the weird stalker channel? No, I've got my channel. It's David Hood. Just my name. It's not really a channel. You probably couldn't even find it out there, but sometimes I would go in to like the Crockers or Simple Life Reclaim just as David Hood, and like a lot of people would miss that, and then eventually they caught on. They learned my name, so that didn't work anymore. Um, then I have um, I've got one that's just called Ozark, I think, but then I've got Ozark Off Grid, Ozark Life Off Grid. That's the other one I actually put content on. I've got a few. Well, all right, we cut out there for a second. It's Ozark something or other. That's just all I got. Uh, Ultimate Acres, Waving. Uh, JB says I lurk in chat quite often. I get it. I do that. Like last night, I just had Backwoods Mindset playing, and I was taking care of stuff in the bus, like moving boards around and stuff in here, cleaning up, and had him going. And then towards the end, I was like, hey, just been listening, let him know that I, been watching or whatever. Uh, Ultimate Acre says, oh, 30 eggs per day. I'd be on a bread making marathon. I was actually pickling a bunch of those, and I've had them for a long time now. Um, but yeah, there was a point where I would go out there every day, and there's just a pile of eggs. I'm like, what am I going to do with all these eggs? It got to the point where I was actually cooking up eggs, scrambling them, and taking them out and feeding them back to the chickens. And it seemed like the more I fed the cooked eggs or whatever back to the chickens, I wouldn't just like give them eggs back, because then they would know that they're eating their eggs and they would start eating eggs. So I would cook them up, scramble them or whatever, and feed that to them. And I got a 5-gallon bucket that I throw all the eggshells in. I crush them up, let them dry, and then if I notice they slow down on egg production, I'll throw eggshells out there for them to eat, just crushed up. JB says, I haven't, Roberta, but I will now. Oh. Crazy. I said, all right, David, I'll talk to you later. I got to get back to work. Have a good one, Ed. Uh, JB saying, have an awesome day. Darley said, no, you said you got into chats with your other channel. Yeah. I had other, uh, I had one other channel that, when I would get like a hateful comment, at one point I would not delete the comment until I finally said, I just don't want that crap on my channel. Uh, but if somebody said something hateful to me or something, I would just sign in under another channel name, and I would comment back to them, because you simply, if you comment back under your name, other people see that and they're like, oh, that guy's an a-hole. I'm just a normal person. And when somebody says something hateful to me, I mean, it's just natural for you to want to, you know, lash back at them, right? And say something back. And so now I deleted that channel. I was like, no, I ain't going to do that no more. I'm just not even going to comment. Uh, just go ahead. And I got this from Jason Crocker, I guess. He said, just give it a heart and move on, ignore it. And so that's kind of what I do now. Unless it's really, if it's a really bad comment, then I'll just delete it. Because I ain't going to put up with crap. Debbie Sherman said, I always lurk, listen and watch. Sometimes we'll say something. I appreciate it when you guys comment because that helps my channel out. JB says, I know I saw you. You saw me. What? uh, is it safe to ship pickled eggs? Does anyone know? I would sure buy your pickled eggs if you were open to it. I'm not gonna sell the pickled eggs I got right now because they're pretty old. They're a couple years old now. Um, I wouldn't have a problem with me eating them, but if you ship them and they change in elevation, I would worry that they could pressurize and the cap could become loose, which would be very bad. So yeah, I don't think you really probably want to ship, canned stuff like that. Um, I don't know. I've run into issues like I've been a truck driver for years. Let's say if you go over the mountains, like let's say if we're going to Arizona and I'm hauling potato chips, right? I actually have to go south of the mountains because if I go up, let's see, to Flagstaff and stuff, you get into higher elevations, those bags will actually pop. You cannot be hauling potato chips over the mountains. They actually have set routes when you haul potato chips that you got to take. You don't go over mountains because the bags will pop. And I don't know if that'd be a problem with canned stuff. I would imagine it might be. Um, but yeah, I'm not going to be selling no pickled eggs. I worry that it can make somebody sick or something because I've had them for a while. Uh, I only pickled them for myself. I was actually thinking about taking some out to Crazy Ed's. I asked a few questions on a live, and people were like, "You only keep them for so long," and I was like, "Well, I've had them for like a couple years now." So I didn't take them because I didn't want to make anybody sick. Um, I just throw the dirty or cracked eggs down to let the chickens enjoy them. I don't bother to cook them. I don't cook the eggshells either. Um, they eat those raw all the time anyway. I don't do that. I don't throw an egg down to let them eat it because they'll start eating the eggs. They know that that is one of their eggs. They can smell it. That's why I cook the egg. Now the eggshells, no, I just let those dry out for months in a 5 gallon bucket. I take a potato smasher and I smash them, like crunch them up, and I feed them the eggshells back. But if I feed egg back to my chickens, I cook it. I don't give it to them raw. I've seen them like with a cracked egg or something I've dropped or something, and they attack that. And then I ended up with a couple of hens that started eating their eggs, which is a problem. Uh, let's see, chickens eating their own eggs is just an old wise tale. And yes, I saw you in Backwoods last night. Click the dots at top of chat and look at participants. Show who all is in chat. Oh, really? I didn't know you could do that. I gotta figure out how I can hide that. Because I do that a lot, and I won't even be watching the chat. I was on somebody's live last night, and it was Possum Run Homestead said hi to me, and I was just lucky that I looked at the chat and I seen my name because I had my phone sitting over here on the table and I was doing other stuff in the bus, and I looked over and seen it. And I was like, oh, I don't want her to, I didn't want Possum Run to think that I was ignoring her or something. So I had to, say hi back to her. That's another thing. Like, I hate to say hi and then people think I'm still watching the chat. Sometimes I am. And most of the time I need to be doing other stuff. And I sit there and I just end up watching the chat and listening to the live and everything. I can't remember whose chat that was. I think it was Ridge Life last night. I think. I can't remember. There was like several lives I think that I popped in, but and right before Ridge Life, I was watching a Bus Life story. They're live and talking to them. That was actually a pretty good one. They're talking about naming the bus, like trying to come up with a name for it. They're just going to let it come to them. But let's see, Dorit, she came up with a name. It was Swaggin, like swag, but the swaggin, like a swag wagon or the swaggin wagon, but it was just swaggin. I was like, that's a pretty stinking good name for a bus. I thought, Freedom One is a pretty good name. I think it's kind of fitting for, my purpose behind the bus and everything. And it kind of, to me, sounds like Air Force One or Marine One for the president. But this is Freedom One and kind of like it's a spaceship. I don't know. Uh, yep, I checked too. JB always seeing who is participating. Sometimes people are still in chat and not showing up as a participant, though, especially if they haven't left a comment. Once you comment, you are a participant. Oh, okay. So if I don't comment, then you. All right. I'll just be like sitting over here in the corner. Yeah, I clicked on a Instagram live for the first time a week or two ago, and it shows them who's watching. And I just wanted to watch because it was someone I've never watched before. It was something to do with bus life. And I was like, all right, this looks interesting. I popped on there and it's like, it shows like, hoods.custom.shop is watching. I'm like, I don't like this. Like, I can't just like pop in and watch and listen or whatever. Like, now everyone knows I'm in there, right? I don't really like that. So I don't like the Instagram lives at all. I don't like the setup with that. I know there's usually a lot of people who watch my lives that just listen and they don't normally comment. And Don Lee said, I thought spaceship too. Yeah, I kind of like that. And I thought about actually painting the bus just white and black, like the Challenger or whatever, those older spaceships. I was like, that would, if I went with that theme and Freedom One, I was like, that would actually go together. That would be pretty cool. It would look like a spaceship. And eventually I might, well, this emergency escape up in the front of the bus will probably end up having a max air fan put in there. The one in the back that's over top of the bed, I might put just a dome, like a, I don't know if it's Lexan or polypropylene or whatever. Uh, excuse me. I might just put like a moonroof type dome over that if I can find something manufactured specifically for that. I think that'd be cool because then I could lay in my bed and look at the stars at night and it not be open. But at the same time, I would like for it to be able to pop up or something to where I can get airflow through there at night, like in the summer and stuff. So I got to look into that. If any of you guys know about a product like that out there that is made for the escape hatch for a bus, I would definitely be interested in checking that out. Maybe getting a hold of that company to see if they would sponsor me or something. Or if you know of a, somebody or a place that can actually manufacture something like that, that would be cool because I mean that could get someone into a business of making stuff like that. I think it'd be really cool. And I'm pretty sure, like watching the Bus Life story, their new bus that they got, I don't think they have any emergency escape hatches on the roof. And I'm pretty sure he'll probably make something. And I'm sure he knows of a place where he can get something like that because I think it's on Vin Diesel, I think it's called the the one he put the shower in. I think there's a skylight that's put in on that, but it doesn't open. Um, Basically, they put a skylight in to raise that part of the roof, which is what I plan on probably doing in the future with the shower. That area, I'll probably put a skylight, build something into that. It's not in the budget right now, and that's something I can do later on. Roberta said, "I love the name you chose for your bus." I mean, right from the get go, I came up with freedom, but not freedom one. I was just like, well, freedom something. I was trying to come up with something, right? And like the whole thing behind it is to become debt free and just get my freedom back to where I don't have to work a 9 to 5 job to pay that mortgage every month and stuff like that. I want to get away from paying an electric bill. I want to be able to be off grid because my electric bill when I first moved out here throughout the winter it might have been 400 to 500 in the winter running that heat and air, and then like the next year it was like $1,000 a month, and it just kept going up in the winter. And I said, this is crazy. Well, a lot of that had to do with the heat and air unit was messing up, and it was just running continuous and not working very good. So then what I did was I said, all right, we shut it off, and we just started using space heaters and only heating like the upstairs and the downstairs and stuff. If I heat the downstairs, that in return kind of heats the rest of the house a little bit to where it's not chilly. Uh, so running space heaters actually brought our electric bill down several $100s, and I was like, man, it's still crazy expensive. Uh, but I mean, the bad thing is like you get into a rut like that to where a system in your house goes out and it costs you more money to live, to where you just can't save the money up to fix it, and it just kind of beats you down. It's crazy. So yeah, I want to fix it up and sell it. I mean, this property is honestly it's too small. It's 2 acres, but I really only have about an acre and a quarter that's kind of usable. Um, yeah, and I don't like the layout of the house. If you're getting older and you're thinking into the future, having bad knees, bad back and stuff, you don't really want a multi-level house where you're having to go up and down stairs all the time. And that's the biggest thing I see with this place is when I get older, I'm not going to want to be going up and down those stairs. Um, and honestly, to become debt free, I need to use the sawmill for what I bought it for. And I want to buy a piece of raw land that's got all the trees on it I need to build my own cabin or whatever and use the sawmill for that. That's kind of the main reason I bought the sawmill was to eventually be able to build my own house, from the ground up. And hopefully I can do that. Now, one thing I like to do is instead of having to go get a job, I love to be able to make money with the sawmill and, be able to go do you know, what I can do with the sawmill, help people out, but I need to make money doing it. I don't need to be going out and doing this stuff for free for everybody. I need to actually make money doing it. If I could do that, I wouldn't have to go get a job and I'd still get to do the stuff that I love doing. It just, if you're getting paid to do something, it makes it hard to shoot video. I could probably set up a camera do lives or something, like where the camera's just watching what I'm doing or something. I don't know that many people would want to watch that. Um, but yeah, I wish I could do that as a job or something. I know a lot of people can't afford, to pay me to come out. Hopefully that's something I can do in spare time or something. Um, I know I need to talk to Dave about coming out there. We had talked a little bit about that. Um, I really want to go out and help Mama V, but I've got to have the funding to do it, and I don't have the funding to do that. So that's the problem right now. I've got the bus getting pretty close. I've got a few other things I got to do. I got to work on the fuel pump and everything, but I still got to get the bus legal so I can take it somewhere to do stuff like that. Um, are the spaceships red, white, and blue? Nope, I don't think so. I think the ones nowadays are just white, um, like SpaceX stuff. But like the old ones were just they were white and black with, I think they would have like an American flag on it, but they were just white and black tiles, like the Challenger or whatever. I can't remember all the names. I think the Challenger was the one that blew up back when I was a kid. I found a property with 20 acres with septic, waiting to see if they will accept my offer. It's here in Ohio. 20 acres is a good amount. Uh, I don't know. My ultimate property that I would like to have would probably be 80 to 100 acres. 60 to 100 acres, something like that. Uh, I would want a good sized property, and honestly, I think the best property I could find would be down there in the River Valley area in Arkansas. Uh, After going down there and seeing that area, I was just like, holy cow. If I could buy a property down there, if I could sell this house and have enough money to buy a property down there, I may go completely broke again, but it would be well worth it. I'm pretty sure I could probably find work down there of some sort uh, to make ends meet. But if I could buy a property and it be 100% paid for and move the bus out there and do like what Mama V is doing at Possum Run Homestead, um, I mean, I've got the tools and the know how to build my own place. I just need a property to where I can do that. And I want it to be 100% paid for. So I'm thinking most likely I would be looking at 20 acres, so I can maybe pay it off and still maybe have a little bit of money left over, and use that to live off of while I build my own place. Likely won't get it, but doesn't hurt to try. I don't know. I mean, it depends on how motivated they are to sell, and if your offer comes in close enough to what they need. A lot of times, what it comes down to is when someone's selling property, they need to make X amount to be able to pay off something or something like that. And they usually want to have a little bit left over. So if you can meet that, then they usually will sell. It kind of depends on how attached they are, but I don't know. Me personally, I wouldn't buy any property in Ohio. I wouldn't buy anything in Ohio. That to me, Ohio is kind of the Northeast. That's like where you start getting into where a lot of everything is city. It seems like to me. I know there's country, properties out there, but I don't know. I like Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. I could not. I would not move on the other side of the Mississippi. I'll just put it that way. But hope you get it. JB says, "Oh, Roberta, I have been praying for you to find a good property, but I was hoping it would be closer." Yeah, Roberta, I could foresee you maybe hopping on a property down there in Arkansas and that, close to the 41.36 or something. You just you got to look around and see if there's properties in that area. That's not a bad area. Winters are way, way more mild than Ohio. uh, Roberta said, JB, I prefer closer to Arkansas or out that way, but prices are way too high. Disability means very limited income. I'd love to be closer to all my peeps. Yeah, I mean, Arkansas is a good place, and that's where if I could get anywhere remotely close down there around the 41.36, that area, I remember my parents, when I was little, talking about the Pettigene River and stuff. I think they used to go down there and hang out a lot and stuff back when I was little, or even before I was born. I don't know. I have to talk to my mom about it, but it sounds familiar. From stuff I heard back in the day and whatnot when I was little. And I think there's some history there, but that whole area is freaking cool. I've driving over the mountain and stuff, going to bobbleheads and stuff, just taking those backcountry roads, the old fire roads, logging roads and stuff. Pretty amazing area, and I would just love to live in that area. There's some nice pines. Uh, I could I could really build my whole house on a property out there that hasn't been logged. Um, that's the biggest problem I see with like the property where Ed is and where Like a Bully Homestead is those properties have been they've been logged, and what's left there is not much. So it would be hard for me to build a house off of something like that. I'd end up having to buy probably a truckload or two of logs, have it brought in, and I mean, you're looking at a few $1,000s probably for a truckload of logs, and then you got to get after it, and you can't let them lay around because they'll go to waste. Um, I've been talking to him since 2018 to buy it. JB said, I have been watching 5 to 20 around here, and northern Arkansas folks are starting to breaking large land into smaller uh, parcels. Um, JB said, I'm with you, David. Yeah, that whole area, even on over into Oklahoma, is pretty nice. Um, the whole Ozark and like the Oklahoma, like coming up into the Ozarks and everything, is pretty decent. I mean, you got good wildlife. Usually the winters are fairly mild. If you get kind of further out western Oklahoma, winters suck. I lived out there in a semi truck hauling crude oil, and it's kind of crazy. Like you can go just a little bit further out into western Oklahoma, and it's terrible. It gets cold, like in 30-degree weather feels way colder out there than it does here. It's almost like desert. Oh man, excuse me. Um, JB said I'm only 30 miles from Arkansas state line. Yeah, and I'm 13. I think I'm 13 or 14 miles, something like that, from the Arkansas state line. I'm just north of Arkansas state line. So I mean, it don't take much for me to get down to Arkansas. I just hop on the interstate here, which is, I mean, I would love to keep this property, not the house. I've always said, I leveled out a spot in the backyard, a pretty good sized spot, and I said that would be a great spot to build a 2-story cabin and just level the house, get rid of it, level this whole front yard area, like where the house is and everything, and then build a huge shop right there and have the house further back off the road. That's one thing I really don't like, is how close my house is to the road. Um, yeah, but what I foresee happening in the next, say, 20 years or so, they will probably annex this property into the city limits. The back end of my property, the back corner back here, is literally touching the city limit line. I'm just right outside city limits, and I said, well, it's just a matter of time before they annex this in, and then you get to pay all those stupid taxes and everything for the city. I don't want no part of that, and that's one reason I'd just say, let's sell it, because it ain't 15, 20 years probably, and we've already got home builders building right down the road. They've built 2 houses in the last 6 months. They've already finished one out and started renting it out to somebody, and they're building another one right next to it, and that's just going to come right on down the road. It's just a matter of time. I'm saying probably 15 to 20 years, and it's going to be here. They'll be building, bulldozing all the way around me, and just it'll be a whole housing complex eventually. As quickly as Bentonville is growing and expanding out this way, I really want to get away from Bentonville. It it's not bad right where I'm at, but it's just a matter of time before people. I mean, I'm within 45 minutes, 30, 45 minutes of Bentonville, so a lot of people who live around this area are working down there, or they're working in Joplin. It's right in the middle, so it's, honestly, the property value here could go through the roof, just because of its location. uh, 1 hour or less to Fayetteville, Fort Smith, or Tulsa. Now, Fort Smith is a nice place to be close to. There's a lot of industry in Fort Smith. Uh, I've hauled all kinds of stuff in and out of Fort Smith over the years. I used to haul steel, scrap metal down to the steel mill there in Fort Smith area. I used to haul food grade. Uh, what is that stuff called? The urea stuff. I used to haul that out of the ports and stuff down there in Fort Smith. Them having that port down there is a pretty big deal. Uh, let's see. I've looked, but you have to have cash or buy on land contract for properties that are raw. I'd saved 10K early last year, but used it to help with my grandkids with custody issues. Hmm. Yeah. Let's see. Debbie Shrimman said, I'm about an hour, it disappeared, east of Kansas City, um, about 6 miles south of the Missouri River. I've been up around in there. What is that, over by Columbia, or not quite Columbia? I think Columbia's up that way. Uh, Having to start saving over again. I am approved for a loan in Arkansas already, but nothing has been found that is within my price range and my requirements. Yeah, that's why I was looking at some places over in Oklahoma that was like, 5 or 6 grand, 4,000, 5,000, for a very small property. That's, like what Jason Crocker was on his off grid property. Those at one time I seen those going for like 1,200 bucks for an acre and a half, 2 acres, 3 acres. And then next thing you know, after Jason Crocker mentioned how much they're selling for, the prices started going up. We started seeing 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 10,000, and even 20 and 30,000 for some of these crappy properties. And I was like, I'm not paying that for it. But there was still some kind of in that area for around 3, 4,000, and the one I was really eyeballing was 6 grand. And I said, well, I might be able to get that on my tax return this year. Next year, probably not. Especially if I split up with my wife and everything. Won't be having the kids for write off and stuff like that. So yeah, I probably won't get anything back anymore. Um, but I thought, well, if I could afford that one time in my life, it would be property that's paid for, and that is huge. Anything that is paid for that you don't have to make a payment on anymore, that's money in the bank. My pickup truck that I've had since 2007, I paid $1,000 for it, and it's been paid off ever since. Not having to put money into a vehicle all the time, that's huge. And that's one of those things I've done, is just kept that old beater vehicle around and kept it going. That saves me a ton of money. That helps me be able to buy other things, like have a sawmill and stuff. I know a lot of people, it kind of is like they're thinking I'm, secretly rich or something because I've went out and I've helped people. I'm flat broke, guys. I have no money. All right. I don't go out and do this stuff, with money of mine. Like other people have helped pay for this stuff to happen. And I mean, it just is what it is. I've learned how to live on very, very little. Uh, that's just all it is. I'm not rich or anything, but when I do have money, I invest it in things. And that's kind of what you guys see. I bought a sawmill. I, invested a bunch of time and money in going and getting logs for several months. I did that and filled up my yard with logs, and I started milling it up. And like when I fly that drone around, you see all that wood, everything that I've done over the last 3 years. That's a lot of wood. And people are like, man, you must be rich. You got thousands and thousands of dollars of wood. But you know what? If none of it sells, I'm not making anything off of it. I mean, sure, if somebody was to come in and buy me out, I could probably make, $20,000, $30,000 off of all the wood I've got here. Uh, but that's also 3 years of work, you know. About halfway between. Yeah. JB said, I understand, Roberta. You'd still have to be paying the stupid yearly taxes. That is crazy that the government thinks stealing taxes on something we've already paid taxes on is an acceptable practice. Yeah, I mean, but those taxes are nothing. The the POA or Property Owner Association dues there, I want to say was like $8 or $10, $12, something like that a year. Oklahoma, I think, is a little different on personal property taxes. Now, Missouri, uh, for my house and vehicles and everything, I pay a couple $100 a year on taxes. That's nothing. So I don't even sweat the small stuff on that on property taxes. I know, let's say in Ohio, it could be something totally different. Property tax every year could maybe, I don't know, be $1,000 or more. I don't know. But here in Missouri, for my house, I got to pay personal property taxes on like the sawmill, my log arch trailer, my pickup, my wife's car, the minivan that we had. Still got to pay that because if you owned it January 1st, you got to pay taxes on that. The Mustang, I think I had it January 1st, so I got to pay on that. But we're talking like $275 for personal property taxes on all of that. And the other thing is like property value going through the roof. That was another thing that was a factor on the house. There's a personal property that's paid through the loan out of escrow. So that was figured in. Otherwise, my payment would be 600 and something right now. But she said my property value went up. And I was like, it should have went down. I got logs laying everywhere. If my insurance guy comes out, and he comes out every now and then, and he takes pictures, and he's like, what's all this wood around here? It's like, you need to get that moved out away from your house. I'm like, kiss my butt. It's my house. I'm like, I'm running a business here out of it. You can't tell me I can't. But yeah, he wants me to get the wood further away from the house, blah, blah, blah. Saying it's a fire hazard. I'm like, it's not a fire hazard unless someone comes out here and commits arson. The sawdust could be. I mean, if you let sawdust pile up real deep, it will spontaneously combust. It will get moisture in it like hay does or whatever. And so you don't want to have it very thick. You actually have to get that stuff spread out. I think it's no more than like 2 foot deep of sawdust for a certain size. Otherwise, it can build up. The decomposition inside of it can get really, really hot. It'll start smoldering and eventually catch on fire, and you got a problem. So I do have to watch out for that with sawdust. But I get that taken care of and spread out, and the chickens go through it and they spread it out. And then sometimes I sell some of it to people to put in their gardens, which is usually free. Just say, come get it and get it out of my yard. Let's see. That is lots of wood. Yeah, it is. Haha, secretly rich. Me too, secretly rich. I wish I was secretly rich. I mean, I'm rich in assets, I guess, but I'm cash poor. That's the problem. If I had tons of cash or something right now, I could actually be running a business with what I've got here. But the problem is, I went cash poor after I sold my semi truck. I invested everything, all right, and started going out and getting the logs and everything was a huge investment. There's probably 16,000 in that right there. That was just money generated from getting the logs and selling some of them and keeping some of them, like the really good logs that were really too big for my mill. I took them down to the big mill and I sold those, which I reinvested that money into going and getting more logs, right? Uh, I did pretty good for a little while, but when the political warfare started with the CV, and that's honestly how what I think of the CV is, it's just political warfare going on. They screwed the little man over, and even some of the bigger businesses around here went out of business because of it. See, JB says taxes are pretty low here. Yeah, I've lived in Oklahoma this years ago, and had to pay taxes there like 1 year, I think, back when I was like 18. And I didn't own any property. I just owned a vehicle, and like, I mean, that was no different, really. The way they do it is with your tags, I think, in Oklahoma. But here, your tags are different than like Oklahoma. The way you pay taxes is different. I want to say, I don't know, is Oklahoma just once on a vehicle on the sales tax or something, or is that a yearly thing, or every 2 years, like when you renew your tags or something? I can't remember how Oklahoma is on all that. It's been too many years. Yes, taxes may be low, but if anytime you can't pay them, the government feels they have the right to snatch it away from you and sell it to someone else. Yeah. Yep. They do the same thing here. Um, I'm currently on 11 acres and pay less than 500 a year in taxes. Yeah, but yours isn't just acreage though. Like, you have like stuff on there like that increases the value. Um, so I mean, if it was just raw land, it would be cheaper. Is kind of what I'm getting at there. Uh, which I mean, 500 a year for taxes ain't bad on that, honestly. Roberta said, "Right, Nick? Who's Nick? Is that Arizona Highland Homestead? I'm guessing that's who you're calling Nick. See, I don't know everyone's names, but okay. Arizona Highland Homestead said, "Yep, Roberta." So okay, that's who you're talking to. I cannot believe there's still 18 people in here and 60 thumbs up. So there's been a lot of people come in and go. They changed sales tax on food here. It should be going down. Dang it! I spilled coffee on myself. Shoot, dang. Uh, oh, they charge. Okay. Yeah, they charge sales tax on food here too. I think everywhere. I mean, there's sales tax on everything. They tax everything to death. Dadgummit. Dadgummit. So Matt Payne coming out there. I don't understand why Matt Payne has not put any videos out or vidges. Just as I started getting into watching the Payne family, and he just up and quit doing YouTube. I don't know what's up with that. I think he just said, you know what, this ain't worth it. Now, he's got a job too, family and everything, so he might have just said, you know what, the heck with all this. Nick says, that's right, Roberta. Thanks for remembering our names. Well, I've watched a live before where somebody was talking about YouTube live etiquette. And they actually said that it is, um, what was it? They said it was not good. I can't remember the verbiage they used, but is not polite to call someone by their name in a live rather than call them by their channel name, because the problem is like new people come in and they're watching and you're like, hey Nick, or something like that, and they don't know that that is, uh that channel, right? So they don't know who you're actually saying hi to. So what they said was it's actually better to call a channel by their channel name, so then people know. But at the same time, if you can say, you know, hi JB at JB Conway, or hi Nick at what was it, Arizona Highland Homestead. So if you do that, then that's, I guess, more polite. If you do that, so I guess that's just kind of etiquette on doing lives or whatever. Man, I still got a lot to learn, don't I? Never paid sales tax on food in Pennsylvania. Yeah, if well, when I go to Walmart, it's, do you pay tax on everything you buy? There's sales tax on everything. So that's kind of different for me. I'd never seen them not charge sales tax on food stuff, unless if you had food stamps. I mean, food stamps is not taxed for food stuff, right? And typically that's usually all you can get is food with food stamps. I mean, they do, for some people, give them cash assistance also on their uh, assistance. Uh, you would have to be more than 8 years behind before they would try to take it. I've actually seen someone when I was 18. I lived with a girlfriend of mine and her parents, and for a little bit, and they actually lost their house to the government because they were that far behind. They actually, her my girlfriend's brother inherited the house, and he was like, I don't know, 15 years old or something like that, and uh, so he inherited it, but his whole family lived there, and they, didn't have to pay rent or anything. They just owned it outright, I guess, and they didn't pay their taxes, which was hardly anything. And over several years, it finally built up to be enough where they couldn't pay it. They just neglected it, and then the state come in and took it, just took it from them. I was like, literally, whatever it was, 75 or $100 a year or something at that time, probably. And they didn't pay that until it got up to be like $1,000, and then they got a notice in the mail saying they had to pay this, and they're like, "Oh crap, we don't have the money," and they end up losing their house. There's a House bill in Missouri called HB 1992, trying to get through the House to take food taxes away in grocery stores. Boy, that would be nice. Um, I don't know if they'll ever get it done, but yeah, they definitely need to start lowering some taxes and stuff. I mean, just if you knew how much tax there was on fuel, I mean, how much power the government has in fuel prices, it's crazy. They shouldn't have that kind of power. Um, they can control how much we pay for fuel and stuff, and like what the oil companies actually make most of the time is not a huge amount. Uh, I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was around $1 a gallon is what was paying them, but then they got their overhead and everything. Uh, you know, just to drill a well, last I heard, was something around $10 million to drill and finish out a well. Uh, and that's a huge risk. I mean, 10 million of investors' money that you're putting into one well, and will it produce? You don't know. It might produce something. They pretty well know if it's going to produce something. But if it doesn't produce a certain amount, like so many million barrels within a certain amount of time, they lose their butt big time on that. It's kind of crazy whenever you start knowing a little more about how much they are risking in each well that they drill out there. And then a lot of those companies leased out places on federal lands and stuff, got permission to drill and everything. They go out, they punch all these holes, they just pour a ton of money into it, and then you get an administration in there, like the current administration, who says, you know what, no more. You don't have permission to pump anymore. They shut them down, and they lose their butt on that. So what is going to entice them when the next administration comes in? Why would those companies even bother with it? They're just going to say, nope, ain't worth it, because the next administration will come in the next 4 to 8 years later and screw them over again, and they've not been able to recoup what they've invested in it, right? So when an administration comes in or a president comes in and does something like that to the country, when we were 100%, we did not have to buy any oil from any other country, and all of a sudden now we're back to importing again. Why should, American owned companies, why should they have anything to do with it? I mean, that was a huge income stream for the government too, what they were making off of that. I just can't believe he went in and done something like that. That's like shooting yourself in the foot on purpose or something. What he did, I couldn't believe what he done. Uh, and then us mixing or blending our oil with Arabic oil and then selling it to China. So basically, the way that worked out, the way that Trump made that deal was we were literally getting paid by the Arabs to take their oil, blend it with our oil so it could actually be sold to the Chinese. We were making bank off that as a country. That's why we were doing so good. We were paying down the deficit. And now all of a sudden, we're going the opposite direction because we got somebody in there that is just a puppet that, I don't know. I doubt the guy can wipe his own butt. Um, I probably shouldn't talk about political stuff, but I've been on here 3 hours. I doubt anyone's going to watch it this long. I'm pretty sure most of the people in here are probably on the same page as I am. Let's see. It might produce a void in the wallet. What did I miss here? Okay. I have a family friend that is a geologist and worked for the oil companies in Texas his entire career, making good money to help them find the black gold. I got a buddy that did that. He was on, I think, my last live. You guys got to see him in here. He used to work for Halliburton and did the seismic survey. Uh, he did that for a while. Uh, that's how I know so much about it. I was just, living around here and working around him and talking about it all the time. And he's been around that for many, many years now and still in it. I mean, he used to live up here around Mina, and his dad owned a logging company. He was in logging and everything uh, as a kid, and he moved out there to Oklahoma and is in the oil field now. But I think he's in South Texas right now. Just I guess moving wherever the rates are the best. Just got a nice bonus for from my work for being an essential worker at my job, but of course it had taxes taken out. Gotta love it. My work bonuses were taxed at 30%. Woo, dang. Hmm. Yeah, see, I was an essential worker as a truck driver, but did I get anything? No. My boss took it. Whatever it was they were paying out, he did not forward a dang thing to me. That was another thing. I wasn't getting nothing from all that. And while all this stuff was going on, I still had to go out there and work every day. And, everybody masking up and everything. And I was like, you know what? I ain't wearing a damn mask. You kissed my butt. I said, that mask ain't doing nothing for me but making me breathe in, recycled air basically all the time. I was like, no. I wore a mask at work because I needed it to keep the dust down and everything. But oops, 35%. That gum. That's crazy. Income tax and property tax need to be abolished. I think we may not be too many years away from something crazy happening. I just, I can feel it coming. I'm pretty sure a lot of other people can see it. They're like, yep, something's going to happen. And because it can't keep going at the way it's going. Eventually, I think JP said, "Oh yeah, Brandon is a fool." Mm-hmm. Sure is. Uh, he makes us look weak. That's the worst thing. He makes us look weak as a country to other large countries that could, at some point, say, you know what? Let's just go take over. Right? That's scary when that's a real possibility. But the other thing is like they would have to grab the pew pews, right? Or just tax the holy living daylights out of the cartridges for it in order to even have a chance at coming in here. Because like what you see or what I've seen very little of the UK stuff or Ukrainian stuff. Um, like they're fighting back. The little man, the people, are fighting back, not as a military, but as a combined force of citizens that's had enough of the crap, and they're pushing back from what I could see. But I mean, that is what I see, and I don't watch TV, so I don't know what's true or not over there. I mean, like they say in the good book, the rumors of wars and stuff. Right now, you really honestly got to wonder: is there really a war going on over there? That's what I wonder. They're like with what I know about video editing and some of the footage I've seen. That I look at the footage, I'm like, that looks like some golf stuff I've seen before. Are you sure that's new stuff? Is there really something going on over there? I mean, they could feed us full of BS. They can, I mean, with the way stuff is now in creating videos, it is not hard to use a filter. I could be sitting here and use a filter and a green screen behind me, and I could make you guys believe that I'm Brandon up here in the Oval Office speaking to you. I mean, it's that bad. You can't believe a dang thing you see on TV or YouTube or anything anymore. Um, I will not comply, nor have I complied. Good for you. More power to you. Uh, I supposedly had that stuff before. They said I was positive, and the government sent out home test kits, right? And I've been sitting here scratching my head, like, should I do a video, open that up? I don't know that I want to open it up because honestly, I feel like if I open that up, it's probably got the virus in it, uh, and then I might get sick. That I honestly feel like they might be mailing that crap out to people. But we got it in the mail, and I was like, why do we have these test kits? I called my wife and asked her, like, did you order some test kits? And she's like, no, the government's sending that out to people. I'm like, oh, I don't think I even want to open that. That's how much I don't trust the current administration right now. I'm like, they could actually, like, I think that when you get that shot, they're giving it to you. That's what I think. That's why I refuse to get it. I mean, if if anything better than that, it's just not simply going to work. It's just you're getting injected with stuff that you should not be putting in your body. That's what I believe in my heart and soul. I'm like, I'm not getting it. I would rather die from getting some bad thing or whatever like that than to get injected with that crap. That's how I feel about it. I would rather die, if that if it means the end of population on earth, then so be it. I mean, I don't feel like we should be injecting ourselves with that. I mean, if you got injected with it, hey, that's up to you. But me personally, things I've heard about it, how it was developed and everything, as a Christian, I cannot in good faith do that to my body. I mean, I don't even have any tattoos on me. All right. Because I feel like that I'm not supposed to do that. Right. That's my personal beliefs. I don't have a dang thing against anybody with tattoos. My wife has a tattoo on her arm. She's got some dragonflies on there, and I think it's pretty cool. Um, but me personally, no, I'm not going to have any tattoos or anything, and I don't like getting, shots for anything unless I feel like it's absolutely necessary, or it would be stupid if I didn't get it. Now the jibby jab deal, they have to prove that it's effective 1st, before I would even think about it. Um, 35% is criminal. I agree with you there, Arizona Highlands. I will not comply. Okay, I've read that one. We didn't have a since soldier killed in Afghanistan for 18 months before 2021. Since then, we just look weak. Yeah. Read Revelation. It's all there. Stay ready so you don't got to get ready. I don't think you can be ready. I think you can try to be ready. The only way you can be ready is spiritually. Um, like prepping, I honestly believe like you can try to be ready that way. As far as like being prepared, like building my bust where if things get bad in one area, I can pack up and leave, hopefully. But where am I going to get fuel, right? I ain't going to get super far. But if you prepare for those minor situations, like, it may not get that bad, but it might get bad with the food shortage. That I don't think that has a whole lot to do with political stuff. I know politics have a lot to play in it, and they're compounding a already natural problem that scientifically we knew was going to happen. It's called the Great Solar Minimum. That's what we're in right now. The scientists say, hey, we're already into the Great Solar Minimum. It only lasts for so many years. It happens all the time where the sun is on a cycle, all right, and the sun is not putting out as much energy as it used to. Okay, it means colder winters, more snowfall, stuff like that, and less, grow season months or whatever. The time your grow season is shorter, and the weather's going to change, like the tornadoes going to different areas in the country and stuff. You see the evidence of it everywhere. A lot of people don't even know about the Great Solar Minimum. It happens all the time. Like in the Old Testament, where they talked about every 7 years, the soil just didn't produce. And, David having to save up, or I think it was David, was put in charge of saving up grains and everything for Pharaoh, right? Honestly, you read the Bible. I haven't actually read the Bible. I have it on CD. And so when I was in the truck, I would pop in a CD and listen to it. So I've listened to that whole Bible over and over again. When you have that knowledge in your head, I don't know, like, okay, this verse and blah, blah, blah. I don't know that stuff, but I've listened to the whole Bible time and time again. You put that knowledge in your head and you see the stuff going on in the world, you get the big picture, right? You can get the big picture. You can say, okay, this is what's coming down the pipeline. It might take another, several generations on this huge timeline. We don't know when that end is coming. And I would imagine it's probably going to be probably several thousand years down the road. I mean, honestly, what was a day back in the day? When you had people who lived 300-400 years old, how long was a day back then? How fast was the earth rotating at that time? How long was an hour? Okay, we can speculate all we want, but the simple fact of the matter is you have to do simple science and you can actually figure out how fast the earth was moving back then by simply saying, okay, science, math, the earth is spinning at this rotational speed, blah, blah, blah. It takes this many clicks of a day or whatever for a day to go by. And you could try to figure out the speed of rotation, how long a day was back then. That probably has a lot to do with how long people lived back then. I think the earth has been slowing down, so it's really hard for you to know how many years a person was old back then as they are now. It's a different thing. So, I mean, if they would look at it from that perspective, you could actually figure some things up and say, okay, a day was this long or whatever. And I feel like since the sun has its cycles that it goes through of it putting out more or less energy, plus the moon on how it moves in and out, that affects weather. It affects the waves or the tides and everything in the oceans. Everything is relative, right? Uh, so when you have to get the big picture of everything, we're still going through all these cycles, but things are slowing down. And it could be millions of years from now before Revelations actually happens. Do I feel like we are in Revelations right now? No. I think that there's a lot of powerful people on the earth who are trying to scare the hell out of people to get them to spend money, to invest in their stuff. They're trying to sell you crap. That's what I think is going on. I don't think we're at the end of the world. I don't think we're even close. I don't think that my grandkids' grandkids will even see the coming of Christ. I don't feel that, but do I know? I don't know. There's no way to know. Mm, but yeah, I mean, does that mean we shouldn't prepare? No, we should prepare. We should be prepared for power outages. We should prepare for, lots of things that could happen. Lots and lots of things could happen. And being prepared it's in the Bible that you should prepare. Somewhere in there it said it, right? I don't know where, but I know it said basically you'd be a fool if you weren't prepared for stuff like that because things happen. Natural disasters happen. Tornadoes come through, floods, landslides, everything happens all over the globe. Uh, you can live in Tornado Alley or not. I've heard a lot of people say, why would you live in Tornado Alley? I live not far away from Joplin, which is right in the middle of Tornado Alley, all the way up the I-44 corridor. But there's people that live in like down in the south that are getting hit with tornadoes all across Mississippi, Arkansas, wherever right now, wherever it's all went through. Um, all that stuff, these latest storms went south of me, right? Not real typical. And I've also seen tornadoes all the way up in like Minnesota and stuff, right? It's not typical, right? But it's happening now. And people aren't paying attention or doing the research to understand that we're in a great solar minimum. And so you need to plant a garden. This whole homesteading movement that's been happening is trying, these people are, YouTube helps put those channels out there in front of people because more and more people need to be planting because if the farmers have a massive loss or if politics causes a massive loss by them paying farmers to get rid of their crops and not sell them to market, that's where the political stuff comes in because they're like, well, we got to make sure that we make enough money per acre for the farms that are producing, and they could actually mess up pretty bad to where we don't have the food to feed everybody. And I honestly feel like a lot of these wars and stuff and the CV going on is actually population control. I feel like the higher powers, the people who say who gets to live or who has to exit, I feel like that is their, what do they call it, natural selection that's not so natural. I honestly feel that's why wars are fought is for population control. Now y'all know how I feel about everything, right? I should actually do a channel just that is on conspiracy theory or what I think about stuff. Because it could help, it could hurt or help this channel. I don't know. Um, like Off the Wall Prepper, I like watching his stuff, but most of the time I just watch. Um, I don't get into all the discussions. I don't watch every video he puts out. Um, but I mean, I like watching it every now and then when I can, like his lives and stuff. It's interesting stuff. And I have my own take on things. They can inject whatever they want into your body with those body pews. Also, those Q-tips can be infected with toxic bacteria too. I do not trust any of it. Yeah, I wonder about that. Arizona Highland Homestead. You're not alone, Hoods. I know. I have a feeling that most everybody that watches my channel and sticks around, they're on the same page as me. If they're not, they don't stick around. And I think that's how I keep from having all the really hateful comments is I sort of weed those out. just natural selection, right? I put my opinion out there every now and then, and I lose a few subscribers. But honestly, those are usually going to be the ones that are going to eventually say some hateful crap, or they're going to go and create another channel. Like I know I have a few of those. I know who they are. There's ways of me finding out who they are. They're connected with their original channel to their ISP. There's ways of finding that stuff out. A lot of people don't know about it, but you can find it out, and you know who they are. And I just click a heart, and I'm like, see ya. Hopefully you don't comment ever again. I've pissed off a few people here lately, and I honestly don't care. But I mean, a few of them, I think I may have stepped on their toes a little bit or something, and I didn't mean to. And I'm sorry for that. Hopefully there ain't no hard feelings or nothing, but I put the truth out there. JB said there are people dying. Yeah. Yep. There's people dying from that CV thing, and uh, I feel like the it was created on purpose. It's a warfare deal, and we're right in the middle of it, kind of like a Cold War deal. We're right in the middle of it, and we don't even realize that we're on the battlefield right now, just right in the middle of it. Such BS. It was another government released bug. I got it while I was in the hospital. I don't think it was another government that released it. I actually think it was us that did it in another country. And there's a lot of cover up going on that. They say that Fauci actually was running the lab that created it, but there's other things that I now think it actually came from Ukraine. And I feel like Russia is actually in the right and trying to do the right thing. And they're digging. The reason they went in there, they're not there to take over the country thing. They are there to find the truth. They found out, and we got senators and all these other people, right, that have dealings in other countries. The things that they do, their dirty deeds they do in other countries, they get virtually free, or they don't pay very much for research and development of things, and they get to do whatever they want in other countries that they can't do here. But they make all this money here. And so why do you think there's all this feel bad for Ukraine stuff? And now we're getting the government to send money over there, which in turn is a kickback right back to the people who have dealings over there. I'm telling you guys, I think we are the ones, the people, not we, but the people in our government that's in that higher power. I think they're the ones behind it, and they released it. Maybe inadvertently. I don't think it was inadvertent. I think it was on purpose. I think they did that. And I think that's why Russia's over there right now. You got to think to yourself, why would Russia, in the position they are, as oil dependent as they are, why would they want anything to do with Ukraine? There's nothing there for them. They don't want any. What oil is there? What would they want? I mean, if they're going to take over a country, what asset do they have that they want? Nothing. They ain't got squat there that they want. Cheap labor or something, maybe? I don't think so. What do they want? What is the reason they would go invade and do what they're doing? I think they want to actually get to the bottom of it and know the truth. And that's why we have our hands in it, right? That's why all this aid is going over there, right? I think it's a cover up, kind of watch what I'm doing over here while I'm doing this over here kind of thing. Let's see. Roberta said my daughter has had jibby jabs required by work, also for a 10K bonus drawing. What? You got a chance at 10K if you get it. I think that's how I've taken that. And has gotten really sick a few times since. Not at all worth it. She's gotten C twice since then. It don't work, right? So, I mean, if it's not effective, why get it? I am so very thankful it didn't take you, JB. I am so blessed to have had the opportunity to meet you. Hugs. Yeah, it is. It's taken a lot of people. Um, a lot of people that I knew. Um, it's crazy, and I don't know. I the first time I got hit with it, I didn't get tested for it, but I'm 100% sure that's what it was. I laid out here on my front porch in front of the house waiting for the ambulance to show up, and I honestly thought I was going to die. I could not breathe. I've had asthma attacks before, and this was about 200,000 times worse than the worst asthma attack I've ever had. I used every muscle and every ounce of energy in my body for about an hour to try to get oxygen in my body, and coughing up stuff and everything. The ambulance got here. They gave me breathing treatments. They gave me oxygen, and none of it was working. Uh, and finally, I pulled out of it, and they ended up releasing me, let me go home. Uh, but I had not been feeling well up to that point, right? And it hit me, and I thought was going to put me under and put me on a breathing machine, and I was like, the hell you will. You're not jabbing me with nothing. You're not putting me on a breathing machine. I will fight through this or I will die. And I honestly, I think that decision is what actually made me live through it, because I feel like if they put me under, if they put me on the breathing machine, they would have kept me on it until my body got weaker and weaker to where I couldn't breathe on my own, and I would have died. I've seen that with a lot of people who have died from it, and I feel like that was probably the reason I made it through that first battle. Now the second time around, when they said I had it, I don't think I had it. I think they were just trying to up their numbers for politics, right? Uh, I feel like that was basically just a cold. It wasn't even. It was kind of flu-like symptoms, but it wasn't that bad. I mean, I don't know. It was pretty bad at one point, but it wasn't like breathing problems or anything. So I don't know. Ultimate Acres. I probably can't stand the drama trolls post on comments. Yeah, especially when you start getting to be a little bit bigger channel. My biggest problem right now is somebody who hates my channel now. I pissed off someone who knows a little bit about computers, and I have an idea who might be behind it, but they are creating false copyright claims on my videos for music that is actually. Now I've went back and I go, okay, I've got a copyright claim on this video for this music, and I go back and I go, okay, right here's this music that I downloaded off of copyright free audio library from YouTube. It's clearly okay. I don't have to give any what do you call that, where you say, okay, this music was from this or that or person or whatever. I don't have to do that. It states it right there on that music. So it's a false claim, and they won't get any money from that. But the chances are, if a bigger channel does not keep up with copyright claims, these false copyright claims, YouTube, there's not an actual person who reviews that stuff. So you, if you don't dispute it, all right, and you're just like, it's an old video, whatever. I'm not really making nothing off of it. Maybe it's a few here and there. But if these people do this over and over and over with thousands of channels, do you realize how rich they can get stealing your monetization? What if that video actually eventually blows up? You would never know it because you didn't get any income from it, because they're stealing it from you. It's very easy to miss that email that you got a copyright claim. So you've got to go through. If you start up a YouTube channel and you start to get a little bigger, you got a lot of videos back there. Those are what actually drives your revenue. Is people, when they come on, they finally start following your channel from the beginning, you start getting ad revenue and stuff from that. If someone else is stealing that from you, it's very easy for them to steal that from you. And you could actually have music, obviously, from the copyright free audio library. That's what I've come to find out. There's actually videos out there about it. I was just like, this is a whole nother scheme, and it takes up a ton of my time. I actually done a community post just showing one of those. I've gotten hit with 3 or 4 of those in the last couple of days, and I'm having to go through and dispute it and everything. It just takes up my time to do that instead of me working on other stuff. It's driving me nuts. And now I'm like, now I understand why there's people out there actually paying somebody, some teenager that knows a lot of stuff about social media. You can actually, when you get to become like the size of Jason Crocker or something like that, you actually end up hiring people to help take care of your social media posts and everything, like Facebook, Instagram, uh, Twitter, all that kind of stuff, to where you just produce content, you edit, you give it to them, and they say, okay, this is when this gets posted. They take care of comments and like writing back to people, and I'm like, do I ever really want to be at that point? I mean, I don't care how big my channel ever gets. I don't want to hire someone else to take care of that for me. I would rather me actually be the one taking care of that. But at the same time, you see this kind of stuff happening and how much time that takes up. And it's getting to the point now where it actually takes several hours of my day when I put out a decent video. Like I put out that one video the other day, and in one day it hit 2,000 views. I was just blown away. I'm like, wow, that's actually pretty good, because most of my videos will get 60 to 200 views, 300-400 views in the first day, but not 2,000. And I thought, boy, that video is about to go viral. On the video where, just doing the tub, schoolie with a clawfoot tub in it, I thought, I never imagined that video would go viral. But in the first 24 hours, I don't know where it's at right now, but the first 24 hours, I was at 2,000 views. It freaking blew me away. I was like, are you kidding me? That many people jumped onto that. And yeah, I did put, I took a little more time thinking about the tags and stuff I put on it, and maybe that helped quite a bit. But honestly, I think the thumbnail is really what drove that one. And you guys clicking on it. I like the time that I posted it and everyone clicking on it, pretty quick. That right there helped out immensely. The quicker you guys click on my videos, let's say if I put a video out and the Crockers puts a video out right at the same time, if you click on my video and watch my video first, there it's going to help my video get put up there in the ratings or whatever, like pushed out in front of people, right? Rather than theirs. I mean, they're way bigger and they got way more views, so they're still going to be ahead of me. But if you click on mine first, that helps. So there's stuff like that. There's a lot that goes into thinking about when you post a video. You got to really look at those analytics. You also have to know your subscriber base. You have to know who else they watch and when those other channels put videos out. If I try to compete with a bigger channel that you guys watch, it doesn't help me none. But if I can put that video out, let's say my video is 30 minutes long. If I put that my video out 45 minutes before they normally post their video, then I have a better chance of my video being watched all the way through. Now, if I put my video out 10 minutes before their video, chances are you might be watching my video and then you see their notification pop up. And if you're not super interested in what you're watching on my channel, you might just click on that notification and jump over to their channel. That doesn't help me too much. So you gotta, there's a lot to think about on when you post and all that kind of stuff. And that goes back into like hiring someone who basically manages when your stuff gets put out there and stuff. And I mentioned before, like that's the kind of stuff that Mel, whoa, there goes my stomach. That coffee's getting to me. Mel at Simple Life Reclaim, she's a pro at that stuff. Okay, she gets it all. All right, she brings that whole thing together, and you see like their channel growing immensely. I don't even know what they're at right now, but they're not too far away from 100,000. And where they're at right now, it's going to be like a tornado with their channel. It's just going to take off. That is super awesome. I couldn't be happier for those guys. I seen that post last night. I think it was 80 something thousand or something. I don't even know. is a phenomenal number. I was just like, slackers, you guys should be at 100,000 already. When am I getting my new video? Uh, they get my humor, I'm pretty sure. Debbie said, that's correct, David, on the grand solar minimum. Probably can't stand the drama. Okay. Yep, I have had it 2 times. Still do not have my taste buds back. Yeah, I've never lost my taste. So I don't think I had probably the same strand or whatever. I understand it does different stuff to different people. I kind of feel like that could be part of the issues that I keep having with my stomach. I don't know. I also think getting hit with H2S and benzene out in the oil field, I think that had a lot to do with stomach problems and stuff, because that's when it all started. When you get that benzene, stuff like that in your system, it's in there for a while, and it takes a lot of time for your body to get rid of that. I've heard people say that you have to like sweat it out over time or something. But yeah, I got hit with H2S, which is hydrogen sulfide gas. Thought I was actually going to die from it. Went to the ER. And the only thing they did was x-ray my throat and my lungs. And now I have problems with esophageal erosions and stuff. I'm not real sure that all of that is from acid reflux. I mean, it could be, but I think a lot of that is the damage from H2S and benzene that I breathed in while I was out there. It knocked me down. Pretty bad, scary. I was certain I was a goner. I thought I was going to die from it, but I didn't. I'm still around. I think everyone should have their own YouTube channel. Etiquette rules. But you do love your A&W, so thankful you have something you do enjoy. Yeah, I felt bad. I didn't think about that, and they showed me where the A&W root beer was when they came out, and I drank up all JB's A&W root beer. We had to go into town the next day and get some, and I was like, oh crap, I completely forgot. I mean, she told me that before, that's like all she can drink. Sorry, JB. Didn't mean to drink it all. So true, Ultimate Acres. Look where politically correct got us. They cannot tell the difference between male and female. Let's see. Food stamps, stimulus checks, and certain cash charities below 600 or 1,200, depending on your state, or not taxed. I had to pay taxes on all of that, everything except for food stamps. I don't think we did have food stamps at one time. I don't even get that now, because I guess we've done our taxes, and so I file everything at the end of the year, right? All my income that I had, and I actually, not having a job, I still made a little bit more than my wife did, and she don't make much. Well, she does now. She didn't before. But anyways, I paid taxes on all of the money they sent, and this is where I really got screwed. I can't remember what it was. They paid so much per child, or so they said they did. We got, I think it was 200 a month. We got 3 kids, right? That they were supposed to be paying us on. We got half of one child is what they were sending every month on that, where they pay out or whatever. So we got half of that, but on the taxes, they showed we got the full amount. And I was like, oh, BS, I've got freaking proof, because they were sending actual checks that were cashed through my bank, right? Well, what they ended up doing was they sent the first couple that were in my name and my wife's name. So those were cashed at my bank. And then they took my name off of it. I was like, how can they do that? I am the first on the tax returns or whatever, the filings. My wife was second. Why are they taking my freaking name off of it? I don't know if my wife had something to do with that or what happened there, but the government doesn't normally just do that. So basically, they put it in just her name. So she couldn't cash it at my bank anymore. She ended up taking it to a check cashing place and paying them a percent to cash the check. I was like, this is so stupid. The way the government is, how they do this. Um, so they put it in her name, and she didn't have a bank account. She just had a credit union deal, and she wouldn't cash it there because of having her car loan through there or something like that. And they would take money out of that place where the credit union she has an account at. I used to have an account there, and they would take money out of my account. If her account was overdrawn, they would pull money out of mine and put it in hers, and vice versa. I said, that's BS. You can't be doing that. So I closed my account out there and just went with my bank. Uh, but yeah, just some screwy stuff with that. And I still had to pay taxes on all of that money they sent in. But luckily, every dime that I got from that was reinvested in like the sawmill, stuff like that. Or I paid off the minivan with some of that too, which, you're now looking at the minivan right here, the school bus. I sold or traded the minivan for a Mustang, sold the Mustang, used that money to buy the school bus, and been just pouring money into this thing ever since. Let's see. I had it from December 19, March 2020. I got my taste back months later. That was Roberta. Yeah, I think Melanie, the Crocker's mom. I think the last I heard, she still don't have her taste back. That's crazy. I mean, I guess it's sooner for others than others. Some people get it back sooner than others. I'm still waiting for California to fall into the ocean as predicted. It might happen in a few thousand years. They're always trying to scare people. One thing my grandma said, my grandma lived through the Great Depression. And she said, you will see this time and time again because history repeats itself. And she said, when there's all these scare tactics going on, don't believe them. Don't believe them. Just do what you need to do and don't worry about the rest of the world and just prepare. Because if you're prepared, it's not a big a deal. If you don't have to chase that dollar and you just focus on what you need to do, then you're good. And that has been some very valuable knowledge that my grandma gave me. And I learned a lot of stuff about, preserving and that sort of thing, or not necessarily just preserving, but ways of living on less. I mean, like my soap, using it down to the very last bit. I'll show you real quick. This right here, that is my bar of dial soap, guys. I kid you not. But if you do that, and if you was to do certain things, like yesterday, I ended up going into town and I did a little bit of grocery shopping, right? And we've got those mayo bottles, right? The squirt ones. All right, look at the prices on those. You're going to pay for one of these little bitty bottles of mayo. This is just one instance here. You're going to pay $5-6 for that little bottle of mayo, right? It's because you flip open the cap and you can squirt it on your sandwich or whatever. It's easy. It's convenient. But you look at the jar of mayo, the same stuff but off-brand, okay, is way cheaper. So if you use up everything in this squirt bottle and you just keep that bottle, wash it out, all right, and then take a spoon. Make sure they've got a couple of different ones because I do this, all right. They got the ones that got the big cap, but the opening is super small on that bottle. Don't get that one. Make sure you get one that when you screw the cap off, it's a pretty good size opening. So you can take a teaspoon and you can buy the big jar of mayo and just scoop it out and put it into the other bottle. You put a scoop on there, like you take your spoon. I think I got one around here. With a little visual thing here. So you got the cap off and you dip out your mayo, scrape it in there, and then hit it on the counter. It goes down the bottom. You just keep doing that, right? You save like $3 or $4 on your mayo doing that. That's just one instance, right? If you do stuff like that, it's not all about, oh, you got to grow a garden, you got to have chickens, you got to have pigs, you got to have goats. All right, you don't have to have all that. It helps, right? But if you take all these money saving tips and everything that you get from people who lived through the Great Depression and just make everything last as long as you possibly can, to where, and sometimes that means, let's say, right here, here's another instance. Big, huge money saving tip, guys. Right? I don't have them on. I got Crocs on right now. Ariat boots. Right? Look at these. I've had them for ever since I went out there to Des the Hobo Travel Nurse. Look at these. Still good. So I've had them for a few months. I've went through that phase where I spent $50 on a pair of boots from Walmart. And you know how long those last me? 3 or 4 months. And I had them completely wore out. They're falling apart. And I had to go buy another set for $50. These right here cost me $120 or so. I got them on sale at Orscheln Farm and Home. They're decent boots. You know how long they're going to last me? Probably close to 2 years, right? It's things like that, what do they call it? Buy once, cry once type of thing. So if you figure out how much money you spent on boots, if you're buying those cheap ones at Walmart that wear out in 3 to 4 months, or you buy one pair that's going to last you 4 times longer, that's just another money saving tip. Yes, it costs you more up front, but in the long run, it saves you, right? Just things like that. That's how you prepare. Ultimate Acres. I'm still sitting here waiting to hear my taxes been accepted. IRS. We get taxed 3 times annually. In the end, they change a rule and send notices with a few days to respond of us owing money. Huh. I've never had that. And I don't pay. I don't pay every quarter. I pay at the end of the year. That's actually something you can do. It's actually way less money and way less, like, I don't have to pay someone to do my taxes multiple times a year. I don't have to sit there and focus on it. I have my own, what do you call it? Uh, Sole proprietorship. And so, yeah, I have a business. So I have write-offs with like the sawmill and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, I don't do anything with taxes till the end of the year. It's not a big deal. And I've never owed anything. I still have them where my trucking company, my, the, what's it called? The heavy highway vehicle use tax. It's like $1,000 a year. They're saying like 2 of those years I didn't pay it, which I didn't. I did, but I was leased on through another company. I was not running my own authority at that time, and they're still screwing me with it. I've called them up and I've sent them the 2290. That's what it's called. The form is a 2290 heavy highway vehicle use tax. Right? I've sent that in to them multiple times. Like, hey, at this time I was leased on to this company. They paid my 2290 for that vehicle, for that VIN. You guys know this. You have this in your files, but you continue to screw me over. And they sent me to a collection agency. I was like, you guys, the government, is BS. Hey folks, just look how far True North has moved. I haven't looked at that. How far True North has actually moved. I could look at I have a compass around here, which it wouldn't do me no good to show you guys, but it, I think, has actually moved more towards the east. If I look at it from just a few years ago, and I'm like, could the poles be shifting? And what would that do? I don't know. The funny thing is, like, there's actually some movies, YouTube movies out there of like end of the world type stuff. I've watched a few of them, and some of them are actually about the poles shifting and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, and that happens every so many thousand years or whatever. We know that happens or has happened. And that has to probably do with the mantle and the stuff inside the earth moving. There's another thing that, when you start thinking about, all right, how much oil we've pulled out of the ground over the last over 100 years or so. Uh, and they keep telling us that oil and gas is a limited, super limited amount. Like they find these pockets, right? Like these little small oceans underground of oil and gas. And we've been pumping this stuff out crazy. I mean, millions of barrels a day coming out of the ground, literally millions of barrels a day. Like, I think China uses, what is it, 4 million barrels a day of oil? 4 million, I think it is. That coming out of the ground, guys. And we've been doing it how long? I don't think it's as limited as they try to say it is. I think it's a lot of BS, and they're just they've got to make you think that it's limited, and otherwise it would be super cheap. It would be like water. Uh, I mean, they can't tell us that there's only a certain amount of water. I mean, yes, there is a certain amount of water on the earth, but we can see how much water is on the earth, or a lot of it anyway. Uh, but oil and gas, we can't necessarily see that, so they can kind of pull the veil over our eyes and say you got to pay this much for it. I mean, there is a real cost associated to getting that out of the ground and everything. But I mean, when you're talking $10 million to drill a well, and then how many million barrels they can pull out of the ground. Let's see, Don Lee, the government, local, state, federal are all sinking millions into SLR analysis. I make maps. What's SLR? Is that solar or simple life reclaim? You say SLR, and I'm thinking you mean simple life reclaim. Solar. Now, I'm thinking that solar analysis. I make maps for my day job, and I have been paid lots to show predicted sea level rises in coastal areas. Crazy. Yeah, look at where my property is. You can look up and see where my property is when you look up Hood's Custom Shop on Google Maps, and you would kind of see why I strategically bought this property. Why I was like, okay, I could do it. I could do with that because with those flood maps, I would possibly have oceanfront property right here, and Oklahoma, like where I originally come from, would be underwater, and I would be on an island right here, basically. Unless something changed, if there's a big earthquake, things could change. The crazy thing is this where I live now actually used to be seafloor. I've got rocks all over my backyard. I could go back there right now, pick up a rock, and show you the fossils and stuff from the seafloor. Um, it's all over in my backyard, everywhere. Um, those little bitty like round fossils and stuff. I don't remember what they call them. But yeah, this used to be seafloor. Now it's actually raised up pretty good. I can't remember what the sea level would have to be, but um, I've did that on Google Maps and looked at it. I was like, wow, I would actually be kind of on an island when everything else around me would be flooded. The other place to go would have to be Colorado to be up higher. So Arizona Highland, are we getting our beachfront property anytime soon? Arizona's kind of low, or a lot of it. You might have to go up to like Flagstaff or something, get up there a little bit. Let's see. I believe Putin is doing right for sure. Biological warfare and definitely psychological warfare used against we the people. Mm-hmm. You're on to something there, Tim. Definitely. Government is government, regardless of where that government is. I agree, David. Got to head out. All right, we'll see you later, Arizona Highland. Um, Look, people, grow some food. God bless y'all, and have a great day. Yeah, I don't think we need to be all scared and stuff. I mean, it ain't like the end of the world coming or nothing real soon. I don't think. Um, but I definitely would encourage people to be prepared for just about anything. I mean, There's very realistic things like, hey, it's the great solar minimum. You should be growing things that you eat or things that you can feed to your chickens, things like that. I should be doing that. I mean, especially now that I know I can actually keep my property. That means I need to get a garden going and I need to get it fenced in so I can actually grow stuff. One thing, like where my garden is right now, I know that sorghum is going to start popping up because that's some of the seeds that are fed to my chickens. Last year, a bunch of it grew, and I seen how many of those little kind of like wheat berries grow on there. And the things you could do with that, you can make bread with it, just like you can wheat berries. I've actually done that. I have a hand crank food grinder. I can make my own bread. I can make, I didn't make bread. I made egg noodles. All right. So I could take eggs from my chickens and I could actually use sorghum or wheat berries, whichever. I can grind that up into a flour, mix that together, and I can make my own pasta noodles and stuff out of that. I got a little hand crank machine that I can make pasta noodles with. I've actually done that before. Showed the kids. My wife was babysitting at the time, and that was several kids we had over, and I showed them, how you do that, and they thought that was the coolest thing ever. They never they never learned that in school, and I was like, what the he double hockey sticks are they teaching our kids in school nowadays? They're not teaching the basic stuff that people need to know. I mean, when I was in school, they didn't really teach all this stuff. They taught some of it. They showed us like, okay, how to make butter from milk or something, right? They showed you a little bit, but not very much. And we're getting away from these basics of life. We got to get back to that. That is something that people, I think, need to focus on. And I love watching channels that show that. A lot of these homestead channels that are showing getting back to the basics of living, that is very important. I think those are some very valuable channels that are putting information like that out there. So if some of you older people that actually know some of this stuff, if you want an idea on a channel, there you go. Getting back to the basics of living. Marshall and I lost 12 friends and our family in 2021, not all due to COVID. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, in my younger days in high school stuff, I lost a lot of friends to some crazy stuff. Roberta's saying some stuff and removing it. I don't know what she said. Therese Shans, good morning. I don't know if I said hi to you yet. She said, yep, think so. I am sorry to hear that, Dawn. C was very ugly to us. Okay, Dana LaFell, what's up, man? SLR is at 68,000. So, okay, it's 68, not 86. I think I said 86 earlier. But I commented, I said, slackers. You guys should, if you would just do what your subscribers tell you to do, you guys would already be over 100,000. I said, win, Mel. When's my video coming out, Mel? When are you going to have that house done, Mel? It's a running joke. Somebody had commented like this, like I think it was several page letter to him, just some of the stupidest stuff. She was reading it. I was just laughing my butt off. Win. And that was when, Mama V was out there. We had Country Road Cure, Simple Life Reclaim, and Robertson's Belly Acres. We did that live out there at the 41.36, and that was the best live ever. Oh man, my stomach hurt so bad from laughing. My face hurt from laughing. Well, when California falls, Roberta, you're invited to my beach party. JB says, can I come too, Don Lee? Sounds fun. Of course, JB. No doubt she had them remove you from the checks. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about now, Roberta. Yeah, pretty sure that probably what happened. That way I didn't know when that money come in, because when it come in, I'd say, give me half of it. I was supposed to get half of that and I didn't. I got none of it. Um, yeah, she's a money grubber for sure. Myers Kid says, "What's up, Dave? How's your day going?" Well, I got a live going for 4 hours, almost 4 hours and 15 minutes now. And we're just talking about everything in the stinking world, right? But my day's going pretty good. I found out yesterday that my loan was approved for loan modification. So I get to get a job and start paying my mortgage again. So the bus build will probably slow down a little bit, which it was going to anyway because I'm out of money to build anything with. But I still got things I got to do, materials to build with. So there's still stuff to do, right? Also got to change the fuel pump, stuff like that. The problem is I don't know if I'm going to make it to Shoot Dang Fest now because I got to get a job. And that's highly dependent on, okay, I got to look at it. I mean, depends on if the job I get, if I get weekends off or whatever. Um, so I'm really hoping I can still go to Shoot Dang Fest. Hopefully I get a job, make enough money to get the bus legal so I can take it there. Otherwise, I'll just be driving my pickup. And I really hoped to be able to take the bus to Shoot Dang Fest. Um, because if I don't take the bus, then I'm pretty much just going to drive down there. And if I stay overnight, I'll have to sleep in my pickup. I ain't wanting to do that. So, yeah. The other thing is, I would have to also try and get an air conditioner put in by that time and the generator mounted. So, yeah, I'd have a billion things to do, plus get a job so I can pay 700 and something dollars by the first of next month. Uh, which isn't too like far out of reach or anything. I mean, not that it's out of reach. I just got to go get a job. So, doing pretty good. Things seem very, very good right now at the moment. If I procrastinate too long, it could get kind of an issue. Government narcissists who are manipulators for their own financial and political aspirations on the backs of very constituents they claim they get elected to serve and protect. Yep, that's what's been going on forever. They get in there and they don't give a crap no more about the people they're supposed to be serving. Uh, they get in there and it's all about them serving themselves. Uh, I know they're not supposed to invest in stock markets and stuff, but hey, who the heck's got all the money to invest in the stock market, right? They got a lot of money. And so they put money into this, that, or the other. So it kind of gets away from them, right? To where it's not really connected. And they still have money in that. And where I seen a huge tie in to that was when the government forced ELDs on all these owner operators and the big companies and everything. The big companies were wanting it. All right. Well, what happened was all of these people in government that were elected officials put their money into the investments of the companies making these ELDs, right? There was information out there showing and proving that ELDs were not safe. Okay. Government's supposed to be doing this stuff for safety, right? They're doing it in the name of safety. You can do anything in the name of safety, whether it's safe or not. And it was all about money. It was no longer about safety. They proved that ELDs cause more crashes, cause more deaths. It's a known fact, right? They don't care. They put millions of dollars into these companies that make these computer products, and they pushed it on to the truck drivers and make them buy it so that they get their money back. That's the problem I see in government is the crookedness, all right? They are investing money into these companies and making it to where it's not really attached directly to them, but they get kickbacks from that stuff. Um, if you don't believe that's happening, well, you just got the blinders on. Roberta said, I am conservative like that too, David. Don't need new or expensive things. Repurposing, repairing, and continuing to use instead of replacing saves money and teaches you to be very resourceful. Yeah, and I mean, like, I don't take a bath every day kind of thing. I usually go like 2 days anymore. I mean, since I got the awesome tub in the bus here, I'll take a bath like every other day, unless I get like a bunch of sawdust or something on me, and then I go ahead and take a bath. Cindy Brown said, at Hood's Custom Shop, David, I hope whatever you do, you leave this live up. Is it getting good or what? Just now catching your live. I have been out all morning until 15 minutes ago. Hello, everyone, she said. What's up, Desiree Sampier? YouTube's favorite snowflake. Oh man, I gotta take it. I gotta take this live down. Desiree's gonna go back and she's gonna see all the stuff I said about Brandon. Honestly, I don't know that she really backs that dude anymore. I don't know of anybody that does, to be honest with you. But how can we get behind either party, to be honest with you? How can we get behind either one of them? They're all self-serving is the way I see it. Too many people are penny wise and pound foolish. True. That's a good way to put it. I don't think I've ever heard it put that way, but yeah. Penny wise and pound foolish. I'll be there, Dawn. Partay. Dawn, JB, and Roberta in the house. Desiree Sampier saying, hi, Dawn. How are you, Roberta? Mother Earth will change as she wishes. We are the next layer of coal. True. I don't think we'd make very good coal. There's not enough of us here. I mean, they say that the oil and stuff we pump out of the ground is from like plankton and stuff like that. You know, greenery that grew in the oceans and stuff. That's what it's all from. Really? Maybe. Could be. But that's a lot. I mean, we've been pumping it out forever, and it ain't really showed much sign of slowing down. And what they did realize, they pump it out too fast. We have a lot of earthquakes and stuff. We're changing ground pressures too quickly. And there's a whole science behind that they're working on, trying to figure out how to minimize earthquakes and stuff, because you pump it out of one area too quick, and let's say over in Oklahoma, where they push the salt water back in the ground, they were pushing it pretty hard, and they were causing earthquakes to happen, pretty bad ones. And so they cut back on that, slowed it down, and started kind of strategically pushing it back in the ground in certain locations to even out pressures on the ground plates and minimizing the earthquakes. That's something I found out that was going on. Roberta's Artistic Adventure said, are you enjoying your new chair, Desiree? Myers Kid said, doing good. Just glad it's Friday. Friday! It's Friday. They need to teach respect. I got taught respect. I back talked my mom. I got my lip busted. I'll tell you what. I guess that don't really keep me from back talking her nowadays. It gets me in trouble. Teach them how to balance your checking account. Yeah, right. We don't need all that no more. Nowadays, you got that. You got your phone. It tells you how much you got in your bank account. You don't need to figure it up. The bank. Okay, I had 2 accounts. All right, one was supposed to be for the fund to go to Mama V's. The other one was for the vehicle fund for Crazy Ed, right? I had a little bit in each one of those, right? Okay. What'd they do? They closed them out on me. They closed out my 2 accounts and took the dang money. I'm still fighting with the bank about that. I'm like, I started up these 2 accounts. I had them for a month, maybe, something like that. And I had money in there. And you guys just closed them out. On my phone, I noticed that I don't see them anymore. I'm like, where'd they go? I had money in those accounts. Not that money was left over to go towards that. That money had been used up, other than the $50 I had in there to go to Mama V's. All right, the MT Homestead has sent me. The freaking bank took it from me. They're like, oh, you haven't been putting any money in or taking money out. We're just going to take it. Like, you can't do that. You can't just take it. What the heck? Free checking ain't free no more, that's for sure. And I've been hearing rumors or whatever of banks closing. My bank ain't done it yet. But I think the real thing we should kind of be concerned about right now, not super worried, but what we should be concerned about and prepared for is the banks failing or something. We're at a tipping point right now. They're hiding it for sure. But, you know, all these people have not all of, let's just say a lot of people, literally millions of people, have not been paying their mortgage for several years now. So what does that do? That makes banks struggle. There's a huge financial crisis going on right now that the regular Joe like me that has no real money doesn't know about. But you should probably be concerned. And I wouldn't say go pull your money out of the bank, because if everybody does that, that's going to actually cause it to happen. But definitely make sure your needs are, you've got enough to take care of your needs for a good while. It's hard to say what to do in that instance, but I don't want to scare people and make them go pull thousands of dollars out of the bank. And if a lot of people do that, that is what will actually, it will, excuse me, it'll cause that to happen. So, yeah. I'm enjoying the walker for sure, Roberta, but did not realize when I got it at Goodwill it was missing a piece. But I can use it at the kitchen counter. Tim's just basically gold digger. Are we talking about my wife? I'm pretty sure that's what we're talking about. I'm probably way behind. Let's see. I remember that live with Rachel, Rusty, Robertson, SLR, CRC, was Custom Shop, and Mama V. Yeah, that was, I think that was the best live ever on YouTube. And I was behind the camera. I think that made it even better. I was literally like right there behind the camera. I was just laughing my butt off, and they're like talking about me in a Speedo or something with a big old chunk of wood, and on on a calendar. We still ain't done the calendar, but I am not going to wear a Speedo on camera or get photos. No, no, not gonna happen. Sorry. I did compromise. I'd say, well, I could do like some cut off bib coveralls or something, kind of like Daisy Dukes or something, like some coveralls or something, and a flannel and a hat, maybe. I don't know. Look like the whole logger get up. I could maybe do that, but I ain't. No, I'm not having my picture taken in a dang Speedo. Not happening. Today is Let's Go Brandon Day, LOL. Oh yeah, it's April Fool's Day today, guys. I almost forgot. I did forget for a little bit. It's April Fool's, y'all. Boy, wouldn't that be crazy if the bank said, April Fool's, we're taking your house. I ain't even gonna say, but I'm gonna say I would probably light a freaking match. I'd clean the place out and light a match. Just saying. And then I'd probably be in big trouble. But no, I wouldn't do that. There's been many a times I was like, man, I wish a tornado would come through here. Because the insurance would pay it off. Just make sure there ain't nobody here in it. David, you could, what did I miss? You could share a room with Sam. I don't know that I want to share a room with Sam. You realize how late we stayed up that night when I shared the tent with Sam? We were sitting there BSing forever. I don't even remember what time we finally went to bed. we sat up and just bullshitted all night. I wouldn't get no sleep. Me and that guy could just sit there and talk about stuff forever. Desiree said, sorry, Roberta, I had to grab the phone. The other secretary that works at my cousin's birth cottage had some questions. Okay. David, okay, I read that one, but the couch is mine. You know, if I room with you, JB, people might start talking. We would have like some kind of crazy rumors going. You know how that stuff goes. There'd be like crazy rumors going on. Uh, okay. That was just Desiree talking to Roberta. No Speedos by anyone, please. I'm getting too old for that crap. I ain't got nothing special to be showing off anyway. Saw a pic of Nathan Gentleton and wish I could unsee it. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know his name. Tundra Jason, I think you're talking about. I seen the picture. I was like, dude, I wouldn't be. No, no, I'm too modest for all that. Um, I try to tell my 83-year-old uncle that Roberta, but to no avail. He keeps on doing it. I don't know what that is about. Sam is one of the sweetest guys, isn't he, David? He's a cool dude, uh, and he's just super authentic. He's as real as they get. He's all right. You got a heck of a hand there, JB. The guy is he's right up there with some other people I've met in my life that are just real. They're go getters. They're just super honest, great people. I love surrounding myself with real people like that. Oh, Desiree said, David, my uncle in Speedos. I don't want people seeing my junk, you know. I'm, I think I was just raised a little different than that. I mean, the other thing is like, you put stuff like that out there. You know, I did a video the other day and I may put it out there, a little bit of it. I was in the tub and I had nothing on, right? And I did a video taking a bath with Brazos Valley soaps, and I was like, nah, nah, I can't put that out there. I mean, you put stuff like that out there, you can't unput that out there, right? People can't unsee that. I'm like, I can't do it. Um, I didn't show nothing but the upper half of me, so and I watched the video back and I'm like, nah. I see my, you know, a pale underneath here, my farmer tan or whatever. I just my mom watches my channel. I think I ain't wanting to show all that. Modesty is a wonderful quality to have. Spaniards and European men do not care. Yeah, I no, I ain't wanting to show all that. But everyone's like, you know what it could do for your channel? Like your channel blow up. I'm like, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure people like, no, we don't want to see all that. Seriously. I've seen myself unclothed in the mirror and I'm like, hell no. Ain't no one wanting to see that. I'm not I'm not 18 no more and I don't look nothing like I did when I was 18. SLR spilling the beans on other things. Oh. I might have to go watch that. I just got a notification for SLR putting a video out. I've been on here 4.5 hours, so I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I got things to do. I gotta go use the bathroom for one, and I'm gonna go check out that video that I just got a notification for SLR put out, spilling the beans on other things or whatever. Desiree Sampier said, "Off to SLR and their video." All right, me too. We'll see you guys in the next one, probably Monday morning. All right. Have a great one, guys. We'll see you later. Great talking to you. Thanks for the fun live, David. All right, Roberta. We'll see you later. Bye.